How's everyone doing tonight? Ray Roberts here, coming out of Kenosha. We're gonna do our usual, talking about everything and nothing, see where we go with things. Tonight I titled "Community Change Agents," basically talking about the idea of, um, anyone and everyone who wakes up one day and says, I'd like to be a part of things maybe looking a little bit different when I wake up tomorrow. So, um, getting set up here. So, anyone who wants to come on and talk, go ahead and let me know. Anyone that has questions, go ahead and send your questions, and we'll just go ahead and jump on into it. So, I'm actually pretty surprised that how do I say this? I think so. First, let me say I think I thought that the cameras would all be gone. We had a pretty crazy thing, a lot of crazy things going right now. Um, I was under the impression that um, the world would be looking at Kenosha, then a week would go by, and then it would be done. Letting someone know here where we are. So, yeah, I really did think, okay, the world's going to be enamored with Kenosha for a little while. It's the next place something's going on, and then they'd move on and we'd be forgotten. But I'm still, when I'm driving around, I'm still seeing what can, I would say, clearly be seen as out of town individuals, camera crews. Um, uh, you're still seeing people. You're still hearing about it. Interviews being conducted from all over the people from all over the world. Uh, news organizations, media outlets are engaging. So I will say, first off, that was very surprising for me. That I guess I was lulled into this belief that since this is happening so much right now, that the world would be seen as no big deal. Through some self study, self research, I've been lately going through some history from the city of Boston. City of Boston back in the '60s during what one side of town called the busing crisis, the other side of town called the right to equal education. So, with it actually falls in line with what we're talking about tonight, change agents. So, the situation in Boston was you had a growing middle class. The political engine was mostly controlled by the Irish Americans. The wealthy of Boston were what many would categorize as the Brahmins or the Yanks, even. And then you had the African American population, which, if anything, it had just as much claim to Boston as the African Americans, who their people at least were often there longer than the Irish. Hey, hey, Billy.
Hi, Ray.
Let me turn my volume up. Try that again. Make sure I can hear you.
Hi, Ray. Can you hear
How you
me?
doing? I can hear you. I had my
Good.
volume down, so I was able to talk, but I couldn't hear myself. So,
Mm.
just kind of just giving some lay-in for people. Talking about today, talk about everything and nothing like I usually do, but kind of want to keep it guiding in and out around the idea of community change agents. Um, so, why don't you first introduce yourself to the people?
My name is Billy Violet. I'm an activist that is local to Kenosha. I was born and raised here. I'm a Kenosha native. By day, I'm a technical project manager. And by night, I'm usually somewhere out in the community seeing what I can do to help.
Okay. So, actually, I think that's a good segue there. So, the idea of talking about community change agents, um, I while we spending a lot of time talking about activists and protesters, I don't think you hear much about the fact that despite conspiracy theory claims, I don't think most of the people are getting paid. I don't know. Let me ask you, are you getting paid?
No, no. In fact, I usually with the
Is
team
George? You
that I
sure
work.
George Soros is not paying you?
I am sure this is definitely not a pay. I actually joke with some of the individuals that I work with in the community that I have to go work, and they say paid for the work that I'm getting paid for because there's work that I'm paid for, and then there's that I am not paid for.
Okay, so George Soros is not paying you, or any of the
Nope.
globalist, super rich people.
No.
But you know, people who believe that, they're going to say they don't believe you. So we'll just go forward. So with that reality, so you do have your day job. So let me ask this: how do any at any level your what you do as a profession, does it help you do what you do as an activist? Does it get in the way? Does it not cross over? Is it a completely different skill set? What are your thoughts about that?
I would say that it helps me a lot, tremendously, because there's in project management. In order to be a project manager, you have to have good organization skills. What it says, and even tech support, because I also do tech support as part of my position. The title of my role is not very thorough, um, and so I'm able to apply that skill set into what I do here in the community on a day to day basis.
Okay. Okay, so as a technical product manager, so crossing it over, what's your product with the activists? On the activist side, what's your product?
So I'm always working. You know, we all work together, so I'm always working to see if there's a better way to organize different materials that we gather, so different research that we do. I'm always working to try and organize meetings, and to facilitate. I'm a good note taker because of my day to day job. You have to be able to take good notes. Um, and just the patience that kind of comes with tech support is very valuable for me in the community when I'm engaging not just with fellow activists and advocates and allies, but also just with the general public.
So you mentioned technology a couple times.
Hmm.
How much of a role? I mean, clearly we see the role that Facebook had, for better and for worse, on both sides. Um, could you do this without Facebook?
It's
Could you do it without social media? And just so you know,
but
Billy,
I
you're breaking up there. I don't know if you have a better place for Wi-Fi or connection.
oh wow, can you hear me?
You're breaking up real bad. Maybe try
Should I
logging out and logging back in, because it's coming through real bad right now. So I would say try to log in. I'll try to set you back up because we can't hear anything coming out from your end right now. So I'll make sure I pick up that question there when she comes back. But I do, I have been wondering that, to what we're seeing today, how much of it could have been done, what's possibly done without social media. You look at the civil rights movement from the 70s all the way through to, I often bring about the 90s with Rodney King. Um, as technology has grown and gone through there, the idea of how much of this, I mean, absolutely it is the people, of course, but how much of this is a direct impact of technology? Where, so let's just say Rodney King, I bring that up often. That was 92, I believe, where the video got released. Someone videotaped the police officers, gave it to the news stations. News stations made copies and put it on the air. One city went up, one city burned. Los Angeles, I think, for 3 days of rioting. But you didn't really have going viral. It was more like, did you hear about what happened last week? You know, for people, or did you hear about what they're talking about? Not very direct. You couldn't just show it in real time. You couldn't share it. Um, Even talking to people. And back then, keep in mind, you didn't have cell phones to that level. You had mobile phones, but We're talking the Zach Morris Saved by the Bell brick phone. You know, you didn't actually have a phone. So the way we know them today. So it is curious to me, to what level is technology really attributing to this um interaction that we're seeing here with all of us in the smaller local community and the bigger. So maybe I'll ask you the same question, Billy, now that you're back. How important has social media been for your activism?
So I just want to ask, can you still hear me? Can you hear me
Uh,
okay?
yeah, you're better now. Yeah, you were lagging before.
I just wanted to make sure. So I feel that social media and technology in general has played a key role, because with the advancements that we've had in technology, it's possible to mobilize, spread awareness, um, much more quickly than it would have been, back in the time of Rodney King. So if there's a police brutality incident or an incident involving racism, it literally can take 10 minutes to really pump it out. And the entire country can be aware of it in about a day. So I think that's made a big difference in the movement that we're seeing now, because when an incident happens in Kenosha or an incident happens in Portland, we go back to 1992, that might have just kind of stayed local to Portland or local to Shaw. It's kind of spreading, and it's creating a platform and call on resources that they wouldn't, advancements in technology.
So you talked about speed there. Um, so what's the fastest you've been able to set up an organized? What's the fastest you've ever been able to set up?
Are you talking about an event
Right, an event and anything, anything
or
that
like
you've
rally?
done where you have other people involved, from I thought it up to we're gonna do it and now we are doing it. What's the fastest?
Today was pretty fast. We had an incident here in town where a domestic violence victim was missing, and it was thought that the last place that they had been noted it being is with their abuser. Um, and so, in a matter of a couple hours, people from the community had gotten in touch with one another, and actually had a meeting point where they meet to discuss about mobilizing where they could go to ask questions. Um, we were able to provide resources on how to get in touch with on a personal basis with the district attorney, to expedite the severity of it. And the individual was able to be found probably from this morning. I would say mobilizing started around 8 or 9. I believe the individual was found by, both of them were, by 2.
So help me understand. Are you saying that the social media aspect assisted in locating somebody?
Yes.
Okay, because I was kind of following that situation. I did not see that. Let me say it differently. I wasn't aware that the public social media activity played a role in resolving the situation. So are you saying that had a role in apprehending the man, or finding the woman?
I don't know that it so much had the actual posts and sharing on social media didn't exactly have direct impact, but it was a facilitator, a catalyst, if we will, to get communication out. And then for individuals, members of the family, close friends that were very worried about the state of this individual, and also what was being done with the abuser, because of social media, individuals were able to communicate very quickly. So there were people who were out, they were close by to the scene, and once a message was sent out, they kind of headed over to scope it out to see what was going on and to get a feel for whether or not the victim was okay, whether they were safe, what was being done with the abuser, and so forth. Whereas otherwise, without social media and the advancement of technology, maybe these individuals wouldn't have known what was going on. Excuse me. And it could have delayed that process, I guess. Perhaps not in finding the individual, but in communicating back to the people who needed to know right away.
Okay, fair enough. So, um, I actually saw I don't know if I saw more than one. It looked like I was watching. It looked like I was watching some petitions going around. Did you or your group have anything to do with that?
And organizing the petitions, no, I did not personally have weight in organizing the petition. But there are individuals that I know that did.
Did you share them? Did your group have any role in getting it out there? What do you?
So the first time that I saw the petition was this morning at the hand of the events. However, I've been working with a few individuals that are close to the case to do any kind of escalation that I can with my personal connections here in town.
What do you mean close to the case?
So, right, who's the audience?
It's the world. So what do you mean close to the case?
Like they're friends and friends.
Oh, you know the friend. You
Yeah,
have
so
a
I don't
personal
actually
relationship with
know.
the.
I don't actually know the victim personally,
Okay.
but I know a circle of individuals that are very close with the victim.
Oh, okay. So kind of like a degrees of separation.
Yeah, so I was reached out to by a close family friend some time ago when the incident first happened in August. I was reached out um, to help with advocation and um, try and make sure that the district attorney does not take this case lightly.
So I think that's kind of interesting because I mean, I don't know everything you do, but from what I've seen, your public persona is more like Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
But neither of those people are black. That was a domestic violence situation. So
No, so I wear many hats. Women's rights, LGBTQ rights, uh, Black Lives Matter, immigration rights. But for me, over the past several months, Black Lives Matter has taken up and kind of dominated my time span. But whenever somebody comes to me on a different issue that I hold passion for, I always try to see what I can do to help.
okay, okay. So from your side of it, is this a how do I ask? So is it just basically have cause will travel, the cause comes across?
Within reason, yes. Within reason.
Okay. So so Black Lives Matter, does it have an end date for you then? Maybe that's the
No.
question.
Mm-mm. No.
So there's a question. I think it's a valid question. It gets asked a lot. So I think we should jump into it here. Um, People saying, okay, I see what you guys are doing, but how does this translate to long-term goals? That's the big question everyone's always asking. I see the whether it's peaceful protesting, whatever it is, how does it translate to long-term goals? So maybe give you the floor. It's a question, but you say what you want. You know, what what are the big things you want, one or more or all? And how do you see um I don't know if you heard me say earlier, the cameras are leaving soon. So
Mm-hmm.
once all the cameras are gone and you know the hashtag on Instagram dies down in popularity, what then?
So this is kind of in the driving factor maybe because I've advocated online behind the comfort of my keyboard for years as it relates to Black Lives Matter. Um, However, George Floyd struck me very painfully, and in the advocacy that I've done in the community since, I've realized that I fell victim, not victim, but I was guilty of feeding into Black Lives Matter causes when it is a trend, which is something that I think is very widespread. So while the cameras are there, While the news is there, everybody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to have a piece of the pie, but then everything kind of phases out. So, not that George Floyd ever died down, but what I saw in Kenosha while I was out working with a team of individuals is that a calmness kind of came and participation kind of fizzled out. So when we would host things just prior to the Jacob Blake incident, there wouldn't be as much of a turnout. And so long-term solutions center on using the time that we have now before the cameras and the excitement kind of phases out to inspire, empower, uplift, and encourage the community at large to continue to be involved, to understand that it's not just about when it's flashy, because these issues have been taking place both before Jacob Blake and they're going to continue to take place after Jacob Blake unless we find a way to work together towards change. So some of the long-term changes that are very important to me are excessive use of force. Use of force with the police force, the sheriff's department. Right now, it's very loosely defined as far as the legality of it. And from conversations that I've had with the chief of police and his lieutenant, officers have a lot of wiggle room right now in Kenosha. And so I would like to see legislation brought forward, and maybe that's something that I have to draft that will clearly define what the correct hierarchy is based on a series of different circumstances. So that when something goes wrong, holding an officer accountable is it's easier to do. It's easier to go to a station if you have a complaint about an officer and fill out the complaint and then be able to follow up on the actual investigation instead of having a conversation about all of the different reasons that this might have been okay, but it's definitely not criminal. So I would like,
So I'm hearing two things there. So hold
yep,
on. So well, I'm gonna work backwards.
yep,
You're now talking about following up
yep.
if you file a complaint. So with that, so what are you thinking? Are you what is the plan here? I heard you mention writing up legislation. Is that what you guys are doing?
That isn't something that I've actually talked about with the team. I've had a couple of behind closed doors conversations about next steps. And to be completely honest, I'm still not exactly sure how to go about achieving what it is that I'm looking for, whether it's a resolution or a full out legal change, or a policy change or a funding change. But basically, what's happening now and what was happening prior to Jacob Blake is when an officer would use force in a way that anybody could watch a video and kind of question the validity of it, um, and have concerns about it. They go into the station, you can file a complaint, and then when it comes time to actually sit down and speak to individuals who are responsible for following up on complaints, you kind of get the runaround. So you say, well, if you look over here, what was happening off camera, we don't really know what was happening off camera, and then nothing actually becomes of it, and it's not really announced publicly.
So are you saying so is there no requirement? So if I file a complaint, are you saying there's no requirement for them to respond to me? Like,
Yes.
okay, so I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I okay, so where would people see this themselves? Like, is this a public website where it shows these requirements? Do you have to go to the police station and ask them for a copy of? Is this written down? Where is this?
I think it would be best fitted on a county website. We have CCAP. I feel like there should be a
Oh,
technological.
not future wise. I'm asking what you found out. Like, how did you find this? Hold on. I always want to see his new name. Anthony Kennedy's coming in.
Okay. So I found this out because I have two instances that I'm following that I don't really want to share names on, but they're two instances.
Oh, no, not the why. Not the why. I just want for people listening, like, did they give you a pamphlet and it said, we might talk to you, we might not?
No. No. So I went in and they give you a piece of paper where you can file a complaint form.
Okay. So you file a complaint, you turn it in. Did it give you a receipt or anything?
No.
So you don't even get like proof that you even went.
Yeah. No.
So I'll be honest, you're teaching me something. I guess we now know that Ray doesn't file complaints. So what happens? You walk in. So hold on. Was this the police department or the sheriff's department? Because you know that building, you go left or right depending on which one. Which one?
This was a police department.
Okay, so you walk in, you say, I want to file a complaint. What did you say?
I said that I want to file a complaint
Against the police, and they like,
yeah, but it was an arranged meeting with lieutenant and then later on the chief.
So you called ahead. And say, hey, I want to talk to you guys. Well, Lexi, back up. Did you say, hey, I want to talk to you guys, or hey, I want to file a complaint?
Both.
Okay, so you said I want to talk to you and file a complaint.
Yeah, I walked in. I said I wanted to speak to a supervisor, a sergeant, or a lieutenant on duty. And I had a meeting. I believe I had a solo meeting with the lieutenant prior to discuss press releases. And so there was another meeting that was supposed to be planned, and then there was an instance of what I would define as police brutality that took place. And so the following day, a different officer had called me to talk about community engagement. And I mentioned to him that I was on my way to the station. So if he wanted to talk, we could always set something up while I was down there. And so I basically walked in, asked for the supervisor or Lieutenant Noslick. And then I had a conversation with Lieutenant Noslick, and there was another individual with me.
Okay. So you guys shared your grievance, but that was not filing a complaint. That was like, hey, we have some things to get off our chest as community members.
So it was filing a complaint. Like, we had the piece of paper there, and the lieutenant was taking notes. I was told that there may or may not be follow-up, and I was told that they were extracting live feed, so from Facebook, live video evidence, and they were trying to figure out how to get them onto a DVD. And then I've since asked for an update via email, and then I've never received an update of any kind. And
so hold on, are you asking them about an ongoing investigation or case?
Yes.
Okay. So we have seen that consistently, that not that it's impossible, but that we've seen that through the nation, that they're often not sharing that kind of stuff.
And so what I'm asking about and what the complaints are about are not about laws that were broken or charges that have been filed against the suspects. It's very specifically about the treatment of the suspect during arrest and treatment of individuals on the property during the arrest.
So I think I understand what you're saying. But for that to hold, because that's really not a fact, that's an impression. You're basically saying that, hey, has nothing to do with what the person did. I want to see what happened when they were apprehended. Am I following you?
Yes.
I don't think the police would be crazy by saying that has to do with the case.
They never said that to me, though. What they told me was that when they look at the videos, because they can't see what is happening off camera, that they're under the impression that something had to have happened off camera without any proof or any interviews with other officers to lead them to the decision that the use of force that was exhausted was it was valid and it was appropriate.
So if I'm understanding you, you're saying that you were told that in the absence of evidence, they lean in favor of the officer. They told
Yes.
you that. Okay.
Without looking for further evidence.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, how are we doing?
Good evening, guys. How are you? It's been a while.
Pretty good, pretty good. We are having conversation about, well, the title tonight is just change agents, talking about, okay, camera crews are leaving. It's going to die down. What do we want? What do we want to see happen? What are we expecting to happen? Good and the bad. So, are you expecting the Instagram dancers to go away? And you like the Instagram dancers? Are you expecting, like, okay, now we're moving to that stage of legislation, policy engagement, policy writing? Is it like, hey, we got to keep the community engaged? Like, so that's really the topic here tonight. So we were just talking right now about the current process for filing a complaint, or I see I think we're going through two routes simultaneously. The current process for filing a complaint against a police officer, and second, the process for asking for, as a public citizen, asking for evidence regarding police incidents. So the last one we were kind of just getting into, where I was just saying, not a police officer, never represented the police, but to me, I would expect the police to say that we're not releasing anything about ongoing investigations until they're completed, only because that's what we've been hearing. So that one doesn't surprise me. What did surprise me, if I'm understanding, stop me if I'm not properly relaying what you said, Billy. What did surprise me is, sounded like I'm hearing that if you walk in and say, I want to file a complaint against a police officer, you don't get anything in your hand acknowledging that you did that.
Yep.
I use the word receipt. So if someone says a police officer beat me over the head, someone comes in, someone takes notes, but they don't give you anything to follow up, a internal case number or a point of contact, something on paper saying that here's your proof that you came in and you can follow up using this.
Yeah, so I actually followed up to, it was like a massive email thread. Mr. Kennedy probably remembers seeing it. I actually followed up and asked for some kind of tracking number for these two incidences, and then an additional incident where we were arrested. Not we as in me personally, but two members from the team of activists that I work with were arrested, and I didn't think they should be arrested. And I had questions about the ethics of it. And so I actually asked for follow-up and tracking in some kind of case number. It was never provided to me.
So hold on, let me ask a question here, because I'm trying to keep up with you. Were any of these incidents were you involved in? The ones that you are asking or engaging about?
Involved in the incident where the two activists were arrested.
So
Okay.
You were there when they were arrested. You're lagging
And
there
they,
right now.
When nobody, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're kind of lagging, Billy. I don't know. If you have a computer, you actually would have more consistent tracking, but seems you've been doing okay now. Go ahead. I was asking, I don't know if you heard my question. My question was,
Yeah.
the incidents were you directly involved?
Yeah, so when the two demonstrators were arrested, I was involved with those. I was involved and present for those incidents. And I was also there the entire day while they weren't telling us where these two people were. And it turns out that they were driving them around trying to convince them to be taken home, away from their vehicle and away from the rest of us. And then the other two incidents.
Well, hold on. Look, that one there. Did those two people file a complaint?
Yes.
Okay, so how
One
about
of
them?
Not both of them.
Okay, so the one that filed the complaint, did they get something?
No.
Anything in writing? Okay.
Hey, Ray.
Yes, sir.
I dropped you a link to the Internal Affairs page of
I
the
see
Kenosha
it.
Police Department,
Yeah, let me pull that up.
and there's some FAQs there. And I guess
So
the
what?
first piece, and again, I'm very careful that I don't speak for the police department. Okay, I'm not a spokesman for the police department. I'm an elected official in Kenosha, and there's some FAQs there, and there is one question that I think it starts out with, how will my complaint be resolved? And if you go to that piece, it's as much of this is up to you. Your complaint may be resolved informally or formally. An informal complaint will normally be handled and resolved immediately with the officer supervisor speaking with the officer, expressing your concern to him. So in an informal situation, you won't walk away with something.
Mhm.
A formal complaint will require that you give your name and sign a citizen complaint form. And that's where you're going to walk away from with something. And then subsequently an investigation will take place. So that citizen complaint form, and again, I do not want to be the spokesperson for the police department. The last time that happened, it wasn't good for me.
Yeah.
But that's the information right there, right? So if this isn't being followed, then we have a problem. So I would
So
ask
that's
how much.
really small on my screen. So does it say anywhere whether follow-up will be provided?
I put a link in here, but it actually says you actually get paperwork and file a complaint directly. So they do investigations. Will I be notified of the results? It says yes. So I put the link in here. So it sounds like from what you're saying with your friend, that were with you, they need to file a formal complaint.
So one of them did.
So if they filed a formal complaint,
Mhm.
so it says formal charges can be filed if you are an agreed person. They must be in writing and must be detailed. So if they wrote up, did a formal complaint and sent it in, then that's something that I think you probably should forward up. Get a little noise on that if they actually wrote it up. So that's maybe another thing, like coming back to the community for change, make that write up public. So if they made a formal complaint and they wrote that up, share that with we the people. Let all of us be able to see, hey, this is what he wrote or she wrote. I'm sorry. This is what they wrote. This is what they said happened. This is when they forwarded it in. Because if we all act individually, I think to your point earlier, Billy, we're going against the system. They're like, it doesn't matter. It's just one person. But if we all start saying, hey, this person sent in a formal complaint, what is going on? I think we're seeing the results of the community getting a stronger feedback working together.
Okay.
And Ray, can we direct, is it possible to look at that last question in that list?
Yeah.
Must I file my complaint directly with the Kenosha Police Department? And it says you have an alternative. And again, I've been telling, you know what, I'm going to stop back. I'm going to stop what I told you so. You can file a complaint directly with the Board of Police and Fire Commissioners. That's your other alternative. So if you don't feel comfortable filing a complaint with the police department, you are allowed. They gave you another way. Formal charges shall be filed with the chairperson of the Board of Police and Fire Commissioners. The rules and subsequent investigation and resolution of those charges are set by the board. So
is this a local board? Is this a state board? What is that?
This would be the local board. This is the board that actually has disciplinary authority over the police department. Remember in Milwaukee, the alderman wanted the chief demoted, fired?
Yes.
They couldn't do it because by state statute, that authority lies with the Police and Fire Commission. I tell you I say all the time, I have the power of the purse over the police department, but policies, procedures, and personnel, that belongs to the Police and Fire Commission. I will look that up for you and get you a link on that.
Do you have a rough idea what's the makeup of that? Are there any civilians on that board?
They're all civilians. They're all civilians.
Like ex-cop civilians or civilians?
For real. Civilians. They might have some previous city municipal experience, but I don't think any of them are ex-cops at this point. But I'd have to look at the commission to make sure of that.
Okay. And now you got me curious. So if I Google
Because
this, will I
here's
pull up?
what the Wisconsin Ideal was about. They really gave voters a way to hold elected officials accountable to the voters, and you got the whole recall system. But for whatever reason, they really protected their law enforcement people. So the mayor appoints, and then that's it. The mayor could ask for the chief's resignation, but he doesn't have the authority to fire him. That authority lies with the Police and Fire Commission.
The more you know.
So there's actually.
But wait,
Hey, what's up?
Billy, hold on. Don't tell me the more you know, because that's going to piss me the hell off.
No,
I've been
like
saying
I'm
this.
just saying, like I didn't know this. Like I'm just.
No. I have too much respect for you, for your active. Okay.
Hello?
If you no, I was going off on. I was being Anthony. I was trying not
Okay,
to be
so-
Anthony. I was trying to breathe.
So hold on. I'm learning stuff here. So I just put a link in here showing. So on this page here, I'm showing there's
Oh,
literally
yeah.
a complaint form. So there is a complaint form. So they do have a form. But to your point, still doesn't mean you get receipt of it. But I'm now looking at these 5 board members. One name I recognize. The other 5, I've never heard of these people.
That probably explains why we're having all the problems we're having. Where are they?
No, it doesn't.
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm saying I have never. I don't know them. That doesn't mean they're not
Names to me.
known. So I'm guessing. I'm not even going to ask, but I'm going to guess. Anthony, are these selected by the mayor?
Yes.
Okay, and I see that they have their terms. None of their terms are on the same year right now. So what are they? 2-year, 4-year, 5-year terms?
That I don't know, but I could look it up.
Okay.
I don't know at all.
So, just kind of hearing what we're talking about, I'm thinking that this police and fire commission is something that the community would want to be talking more about. That's my feeling on this. I'll tell you, I'll be honest about myself. I consider
But
myself
you know when I
never had
first
a
told
conversation about this.
when I first told people about the Police and Fire Commission? When the first time I mentioned the Police and Fire Commission to the citizens. So, okay, Bruce McCurdy was an ex alderperson. Leo Chiappetta, I don't know. Mr. Butler was ex alderperson. Some of the people that was on Police and Fire Commission is Reverend Kirby. He was on Police and Fire Commission. Daryl Green was on the Police and Fire Commission. Those were actually, Reverend Kirby was my appointment to the Police and Fire Commission, or my suggestion. This is when I spoke on this on Sunday, the night of the shooting. This is when I was told that I was speaking. I never spoke. It's frustrating because I feel like I'm John the Baptist in this. I feel like I've said this over and over again, and yet when you call for, and again, I can show you emails where I've responded to people who those mass texts, fire the chief. I do not have the authority to fire the chief. That authority lies with the Police and Fire Commission. I can talk to you about resolutions, which I know sounds geeky, on how a resolution expresses the will of the council. And so we could draft a resolution asking the Police and Fire Commission to do something, but they don't have to do it. This is where your power lies.
So you're kind of doing a question there. So let's go ahead and
What's the question?
Hold on, let me make sure I got this going here.
But none of this
see
is
it. There
hidden.
we go.
None of this is hidden. This is on. Does the Fire and Police Commission have a say so over who's hired? Yes, Ray. And yes, they can set the standards for policy, procedure, and personnel.
So hypothetically, the public could focus their interests on these 5 seats. And
Yeah.
could they, maybe not all of it, a more direct route towards policy change?
So
Policy
remember that.
change.
Remember we had the conversation a couple of days back on this podcast about that 9-point plan that I put across. Remember I told you I sent it to Cush and no one listened. Well, part of that 9-point plan was, I'm pulling it up now as we speak, was number 3, 4, 5. Number 7 in this 5-point plan was lobby for the change in the statutory rules governing the Police and Fire Commission, increasing the number of commissioners who then would be representative of the most crime impact areas of community might have the payoff of increasing effective and responsive law enforcement. So remember we had that discussion about the reported crime statistics versus crime statistics. And
No, I
if we were
agree.
to, all right, so it's here. You taught me this one. So we don't have crime statistics. What we have is reported crime statistics.
Well, that sounds like, yeah.
Yep, yeah. And so right now, the mayor makes the appointment, and there's really no criteria in reference to representation, et cetera, et cetera. But we can't change those rules. Those rules have to be changed at Madison. So this is where I say lobby for change in the statutory rules. And here's the crazy idea. Suppose it's a 5-man commission now, right? And I think it should be bigger, but let's leave it with the 5. Suppose that 3 of them have to come from the highest crime reported areas, right? So the person who's on the commission has to live in the 3 highest crime reported areas. And just for this conversation, let's call them Lincoln Park, Columbus Park, and Wilson Heights, just for this conversation, right? That just happens to correlate with the high minority population, that just happens to correlate with the low to moderate income. But if representatives from those communities are on this commission, policing in our town looks a lot different now, because that's the boss, that's their bosses, right? So there's some things that we can do as a community. Changing the rules for the Police and Fire Commission is something we could lobby for, you know.
So I'm gonna get into the details here. So mayor selects these individuals.
Yes.
Does he have any constraints from who he picks? Is there anything, not clearly it's not, but just make up something crazy. Is there anything preventing him from picking his 5 brothers?
Actually, if you see on there's a link that has the bylaws, and I'm looking over the bylaws now. So there is a couple of qualifications. Must be at least 18 years of old. Must be and remain residents of the city of Kenosha. Can be selected from various backgrounds. It should reflect the diversity of population of the city of Kenosha, including its racial, sexual, ethnic, cultural, education, workforce segments, as well as other aspects of the community. Should, not may. Remember, when you're talking law, there's a couple of words that are powerful. Should is powerful in the fact that it should do it, but you don't have to do it. No more than 3 board members may belong to the same political party. The term shall be for 5 years, shall be staggered.
So I answer that question. 5-year terms, staggered.
And it talks about how to fill vacancies. Whenever a member has more than 3 unexcused absences, so there's just ways to take board members off. Board member, any member may resign effective upon giving notice to the mayor of the city. Members may be removed from office in accordance with the laws of this state and bylaws. So now I got to go to the state to figure out how you get removed from it. So I'd have to look that up at the state.
So what draws it to my eye, 'cause I'm looking at the bylaws.
But it's right.
here.
It's all right there. If you can take a look at it. There's a link.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now while we're talking. I'm putting up for the people, but it says whenever the number of authorized members is increased, 1.4.2. So that tells me it can be increased because they've already written in for that. It's talking about the vacancies under conditions that vacancies are allowed.
1.4 is vacancies. So 1.41 shows why there's a vacancy. 1.42 is whenever the number of authorized members is increased. Right. So that could create a vacancy because the numbers are increased. Right.
So let me ask you, as an activist, Billy. So you're hearing this conversation here. Would this be the type of thing where you would say, hey, that could be one of our causes to get the public aware of this?
Yes, absolutely. You have to forgive me. I'm trying to get my computer up and running.
Okay, hey, so just I'll pull you off. Just give me a thumbs up and you can swap over, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. So let's see here. So I'm just going through this. So right now I'm reading into this is showing, and I know it's kind of small here, folks. So I'm just letting you know what I'm going through. So it's not that sexy reading, but it's just saying the kind of things that they're there to do. People can resign. Okay, so the following powers in 1.5. They can appoint the chief of police and the chief of the fire department. Establish a selection process for it. Coming to what you were saying earlier, Anthony. They can approve appointments of subordinates. So yeah, they can approve appointments of subordinates. That's
promotions.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Establish a selection process and eligibility for entry-level positions. Yeah, this is seeming like a pretty powerful group of people.
And this is all state law, by the way. This is our local adoption of state law. Like I said, it's a very powerful commission in the fact that once they're appointed, you don't really have like control over them per se. But,
okay.
But so and here's the thing, I don't know. Well, you don't have that same authority over the sheriff because he's elected. So his accountability is elected. So he doesn't have a board that so even though it's law enforcement, the Wisconsin ideal or the progressive idea of Wisconsin government back in the 1800s, it made elected officials much more responsive to the people. You just couldn't sit there, and they didn't want you to sit there with a bad elected official. So the sheriff is an elected official, and he gets accountable to the people through the ballot. The chief, they built this wall around the chief, you know. I'm not quite sure how we got here in reference to that, but this is what it is.
So as far as the people through the electoral process, because they don't get the vote for any of these members. This is solely through the mayor, and I'm getting the impression that the mayor is not obligated to even make this selection process public. So we have Mr. McCurdy.
Hold on. Let's back up. Why would you say that?
Maybe I should phrase it as a question. So McCurdy, his term expires in 2021. Is the mayor obligated to let the public know I'm looking for another person, or it's just like, hey,
that would be up. That would be through the notification on the meeting. We still have to make all the open meeting requirements. So if that's an agenda item, it has to be agenda at a certain point of time, and he can't just do it willy-nilly. That he can't do.
Hold on. Let's get clear here. I'm not asking does he have to let people know who it is. I'm asking does he have to let the public know who he's thinking about before the decision's made.
No, that's one of the powers of the mayor. He
Oh,
could, yeah, he doesn't have to say I'm thinking about this guy, this guy, this guy. He could do that if he wanted to engage the alderman and see. Like I said, my pick to the Police and Fire Commission, my suggestion, I should say, was Reverend Kirby, and the mayor agreed and nominated Reverend Kirby, and then the council confirmed.
so let me ask this question then. Let's say the people said we want it to be a requirement that the mayor informs the public 90 days before a term expiry who he's thinking of. Pool of people. How would that go about? Is that going through the common council? What would that look like? So basically, will you have to
That
give
would
us?
that would be an ordinance change, as long as it doesn't violate state law. Because remember, state law is what's guiding us here at this local level for this. We still have to. So this is our response to state law, and that's where any changes to this process has to belong to the state. Now, I think you could get a commitment from the mayor, and as long as, and then hold him accountable to that commitment. Hey, I can tell you when I'm talking about it, but to legislate that, it has to go through state law.
Okay. So I'm hearing a couple things here. One, I'm hearing that the community should probably be a lot more interested in the Police and Fire Commission.
Way more.
And then what I'm also hearing too, a lot more interested in the mindset of the mayor concerning the Police and Fire Commission and what the Police and Fire Commission does. So I'm assuming, I don't have to assume, Police and Fire Commission has regular meetings, and that's open record as well. Yes.
Oh yeah, open record, open. Those are two big beasts of law: open record and open meeting law. Big.
Do
beasts.
they have to take comments from the public or engage
Yes.
the public?
Yes.
You know, I've been in this town a long time. I've never been to a Police and Fire Commission meeting. So that's shame on me. Never been to one, never thought to go to one. You got me curious now.
Now, here's what's really interesting about police and fire. Okay. This could be a scenario, and please, I'm not saying this is, but this could be a scenario. The chief could fire somebody for misconduct or whatever, right? He has a right, that person has a right to appeal to the Police and Fire Commission, and he get reinstated. It's up there in, what part is that at? 1.5.5.
Okay. I just see someone's asking a question here. So,
What's the question?
well, we answered one of them. They were asking, are the meetings open to the public? The body cams, Ray, that is county money. Well, for the sheriffs, it's county. For the sheriffs, it's county money. Am I correct?
Yes.
But for the police and body cams, that's a different pot of money, correct?
Yeah, and I'm going to drop you a line here, Ray. This is my response to body cams. And so, again, we have the power of the purse. So I can approve money for body cams. What I can't do is set the policy and procedure for it. So I'm going to drop you this.
You can put the money for the body cams, but you can't force the police officers to use them.
Right. Right.
The Police and Fire Commission can.
Exactly.
But
Yes,
they
you got
can't
it.
force you. So basically,
pay
so
for it.
it's a weird relationship.
They can't force me to pay for it.
Okay.
Here is, if you will share that link I just dropped to you, that is how we got to this body cam situation. Kevin Mathewson is a liar, okay? In reference to the city wouldn't do body cams. When we were looking at them, there was a question about the implementation of them, and there was still some questions of state law. So making that investment and not having an asset we could use, we didn't think that was a smart thing to do. So we made an investment in our EMT program.
I'm not seeing a link here. Are you saying this paragraph you sent me?
Yeah, that's my answer to body cams.
Okay.
Now, state law has changed. We can do body cams now, or we can do them in a way that wasn't problematic before. You might ask, well, why did other municipalities do it? I can't answer that. I know what the advice that we were given, and we decided to make an investment into EMT versus body cams because of the disparities in state law. But those disparities have been changed now. So the board is clear on that.
So just to make sure I'm understanding and everyone else listening. So one, sheriffs, their money comes through county. Police, their money comes through municipal. Can I say that?
Yep.
You, as the Alder Mountain Council, control the purse. You control the money for the police. You can't tell them what to do. That's Police and Fire Commission, which is selected through the mayor.
Right.
So the actual official direct route that the people of Kenosha have to the Police and Fire Commission is really just voting in or voting out the mayor. You basically select the fire commission through your mayor. Is that correct?
That would be correct. Just like the president has judicial appointment process or power.
Choosing Supreme Court justices. Okay.
Yeah. That's if hopefully the council wouldn't put a bad person on police and fire commission, right? But then the community would have to respond to who that bad person is, who you think is not valuable to the community. I really wish you'd post that, the police and body cams, because
I'll put it in the chat thread. It's a lot. It's a big paragraph, man.
you're afraid of a lot of words.
You're about to fill the whole damn screen. Let's see here. I'm not going to put it up on the screen. I'll put it in the thread for the readers. How about that?
I think that's fine.
I'm sorry, my computer blue screened.
No problem. Did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I dropped in private chat that the Police and Fire Commission's next meeting is on the 15th of September.
Okay, that is good. So
they're not allowing in-person public attendance, and if you want comments to be read in, you need to email them ahead of time.
So do they say if that's normal procedure, not allowing comments, or are they doing that in reaction?
That's COVID.
COVID.
Oh,
that's COVID. Yeah.
Are they streaming it? Do they say anything about streaming it?
No, but you can dial in. There's a number and a meeting ID. I don't think any of them are meeting in person.
Understood.
Yes, the city's not meeting in person until November.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Now that you said COVID. So I'm thinking, coming back to this big picture change idea, what do we do once the cameras leave? I'm thinking this should be a focus for the community. Start really putting a magnifying glass on Fire Police Commission. What they do, people on it, start having the public engage.
And here's one of the things, here's a request that you could make. How can we be more involved with the Police and Fire Commission selection process, right? So it's still the mayor's appointment, right? But what if there was for the lack of a better word, a Police and Fire Commission vetting board, where the public gets to ask those questions to them. He's still his pick, but we have a meeting and you get to talk to that person before you can, so that you know who's coming on there. And I personally think that if you go to something that route, I think the mayor might be receptive. And again, I don't speak for the mayor. But having said that, though, he's not a guy that wants things to be hidden. He's not afraid of accountability. And I think you could build some capacity here and say, can we get a meeting with your nominee? You know,
I even think just starting the conversation between the mayor and the public about the police and fire commission would be a good start. Just having engagement solely on that. This is clearly where the power is. Because I mean, I'm just watching, and let me not even put it on other people, even myself. The general public, we don't know these things. So you'll see some of us saying, hey, we want, let's just say, long story short, you saw the public often yelling at the wrong person. So I think a lot of it's just, who do I talk to? Because I'm learning some stuff here tonight.
If there's only someone that had like 12 years of municipal government experience and knew this stuff, that you could talk to them and ask them questions and they would give you answers to. If there was only someone like that, God,
are you trying to tell everyone to call their local alderman?
Oh, that's a great idea, Ray.
So everyone, Anthony is trying to be cute and he's saying, talk to your local alderman. You got it. We did it. Okay.
Why does Andy look like he's running from dogs?
I heard a dog.
I'm trying to figure out. It's like him and Billy are just trying to go back and forth and see who can have the most side stuff going on to where people are like, what the hell is happening?
I
thought they were having a contest.
My uncle is dying, so my parents asked me to take over, watch their dog while they go to Colorado. So it's a new thing for me right now.
Oh, so you're actually going to the house and checking on the pup?
Yeah, I'm at home. I brought him outside while.
What kind of dog?
What kind of dog is it?
I guess it shows how inhuman I am. I would have never thought to ask that question.
I'm sorry, Ray. I love animals. Like, they make me. Oh. If you're ever around me in public and I come across an animal I've never met before, it doesn't matter what it is. It could even be a caterpillar. I just kind of melt.
Andy, I'm sorry to hear about your uncle. What part of Colorado?
In the Colorado Springs area, about an hour away from there.
Yeah, that's where my son's living, and I'm going to be out there. My son's out there. If there's anything we can do to help, let us know.
I will keep that in mind. Absolutely, thanks.
Hey Ray, the only thing is on that comment, just make sure you let it know that that's Anthony Kennedy's. That's my response. That's not official city policy, but that is what happened. So, in reference to body cams, because people keep asking about the body cams, and I've replied during the 500 emails that I've received. Let's see what are my numbers up to on this. Stand by for 1 second. 373 emails.
You've had 373 emails just on body cams from the citizens?
In reference to the shooting of Mr. Blake.
Okay.
And out of that 333, I've responded to some of those because they were asking about what about body cams? What about body cams? So I will tell you that I'll be very surprised if we go through this budget process and not have body cams for the Kenosha Police Department. We've heard that loud and clear. The stumbling blocks the obstacles are clear. I'd be very surprised if we don't put body cams in this budget.
Anthony, is that something that Rocco is spearheading, or is she just a small piece of the pie?
Answer that. Help me answer that question. I'm not.
I didn't hear the question. What was it?
I thought I read an article that Rocco Lamacchia was trying to advance body cams into a sooner budget than they were originally.
Okay. So let's understand how these committees work and who has oversight.
Yeah.
The council overall has the power of the purse. Rocco's committee, Public Safety and Welfare, what oversight they do have of the police department, which is, again, you saw what the statutory regulations were. They come through public safety and welfare, and then that is Rocco's committee. So they would be the first ones to approve it or recommend, because they have, their committee that has oversight of the police department and fire department, because it's a public safety issue.
Okay.
So the committees of council is finance, money, right? Public works, all the street stuff, public safety, welfare, and parks. It's one committee, and then license and permit. And then there's some subcommittees under that, like parks. I mean, like public works, for example, is water and sewer and all that stuff. But that's the oversight of the police department in reference to what we do have would come through Rocco's committee, because he's the chair of public safety and welfare at this time.
Okay.
I can talk this municipal stuff all night long, guys. I'm a geek. This is what I do.
Well, like I said, coming back to actionable things, this is good information for the public, because these are actionable items. Influence the mayor, start that conversation specifically on things like fire and police commission, or police and fire commission. I'm sorry, police and fire commission. Because, you know, and none of us here, not me, not Billy, none of us can sit up here and say we represent the community as a whole. Different ideas, different mindsets. The community's not a monolith. But, you know, if you don't know what you don't know, if the world puts you on the spot and says, fine, Ray, what do you want? Tell us what you want, and we'll talk about that. If I don't know that there's even a thing called a police and fire commission, I don't even know to say I want to talk about that. So, and no, don't get me wrong, I'm not making excuses for the public or my lack of ignorance.
Well,
But I argue that maybe some of this is maybe meeting the public a little bit further, but still holding the public accountable. You can't just sit back in your house. Don't, like how we're having these conversations. You can't say, I don't care about these conversations. I'm not reading any of these links. I don't care about nothing. I just here to yell and make a scene. If you're one of those people, free country, do what you're going to do, but go sit at the kiddie table. Let the adults talk. But the civilians, you know, we don't do this for a living. You know, we got jobs, we have families. We don't have 2-3 weeks to take off of work and try to read through all the bylaws and everything. So I'm almost wondering if there's an opportunity here for the elected officials to maybe take a little bit more step in the direction of saying, I mean, shoot, I don't know, maybe even putting out little quick Facebook videos. Let me tell you about your police and fire commission, you know, things like that. Just putting that out there. Let me tell you about permitting processes. Let me just put a little quick snapshot. For more information, here's where you go next. Those kind of things. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a great a great thing to do, and I'll step up to the plate a lot more on that. I also, while you were saying that, I was thinking, so the county's budget is going to be coming up in October, and we get about a 400 or 500 page budget given to us, and it's available online also. But I wonder if including the committees that are included for each department in that budget is just another tool. And, you know, that's just minuscule. You got to look through budget for that. But that's one tool that we can also put out there. But I do like your videos and doing a little live stream and talking about, you know, this is what this committee oversees or is part of or commissions.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
I hate to say it, we got to get with the times. We got to get with the times. So just doing a quick video, like you just said, hey, October, this is happening, folks. just so you know this is happening, and just hitting it out through different avenues. What
So
were you going to say, Anthony?
he talks about budget, for example, right? And each committee is going to review their portion of city operations. But there's only one committee that reviews everybody's operations, and that's the finance committee. So your two African American members of your council are both going to be members of the finance committee. Finance sees it all, right? The committees do their subsections, their areas that they oversee. So I've been on finance for quite some time. I will love to talk finance. I mean, that's my geek thing right there. That just is like, oh, you want to talk about municipal financing budget? Oh my God, yes. Let's talk about the CIP. Let's talk about the operating budget, because that's the stuff I know. That's the stuff I can talk to you about. That's where the tire meets the road, right? And I can show you what the plans are for our community in reference to big ticket items. What are we going to buy? So let's back up a little bit. There's two pieces to the budget. There's the operating budget, which pays salaries, the consumable supplies, the benefits, right? Then the other part of our budget is called the capital improvement plan. That is a planning document, and that's where our big ticket items are going to be bought. So one of the things we do with that is we say we have a 5-year plan, and here's how we're going to finance that for the next 5 years. Road construction is in the CIP. The purchase of police vehicles is in the CIP. Improvements to our water improvement is in the CIP. These are the things that I can tell you what the 5-year plan is. And sometimes that 5-year plan gets accelerated, and sometimes it gets dropped too. I'll be honest, sometimes it gets dropped. But it is a great planning document because it tells you how we're going to get the money, how much money we need from you, the citizen, and then how much money we're going to go get from other places. It's a really great document, and we win awards for our budgets because our budgets are really easy to read.
So
So
if I could chime
Go ahead.
in real quick,
His budget is hard as hell to read. His county
Correct me.
budgets are stinks.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony. The way the county works, I think is the same way the city works. So each committee will look at their section of the pie. They'll look at their budget.
Yep. Correct.
And then after each of the committees approve their budget, it then goes to finance. And finance will approve the whole pie, and then it goes to the council. Same
Right.
process on the county side. Everything will go through human services, public works, judiciary and law, and then and the other committees. And then after each of those committees meet and approve their slice of the pie, the big pie is then looked at by finance, and they approve it over a few days. And then at the next county board meeting, the entire board, all 23 of us, will then go over it again. And there's always people that come in at the last minute with other questions that they didn't have, or because they didn't show up to any of the other committee meetings, and they ask them there. But then the county board approves or makes amendments to.
So I got two questions for you guys. Actually, I'm gonna take Mookie's question, but I'm gonna spin another question on top of it. So one, how do people get copies of the budgets? And then two, how soon do they get these copies? So I'm thinking about me. I don't want a copy of the budget handed to me the day you're voting on the budget.
Oh no. It is the mayor.
We just went over that in Public Works today and set our dates. I think I want to say the 6th or the 5th is our next Public Works meeting, and then I'd have to close my window right now, and then the 2 Mondays later is our budget hearing. We'll then discuss the budget on that 16th or 19th or 2 weeks later, and discuss that. And then it goes to the finance, I think, which is the following week. and then the following week after that, which should be the first, probably
Are these
Wednesday, because Tuesday's voting. It'll come to the county board.
are
So
these
that sounds like a month before.
Each committee has 2 weeks to go over their budget. They're given to us 2 weeks before the budget hearing, and then the following week it goes to finance, the big pie portion.
Andy, where does the public have access to these documents at that point in time?
Yes.
I want to say yes. It should be on the county board page. If you just keep in contact with me, and I'll try to send you the links when they're.
First of all, let's make sure you understand that the open records law and the open meetings law demands that there's notification, and once it's referenced that once it's agenda'd, any support documentation is now a public record for that. Now, the budget as it's released from the mayor and then adopted at the end might change, will change, always changes. There's always some come in,
amendments.
some things come in, some come out. So when the mayor releases his budget, he will do that in October. And then we will go through our process, and you can get copies of that through the library or through the clerk's office.
Nothing online, nothing digital.
Let me finish. I believe yes, it is. I don't like the budget digitally because I like to hold it, feel it, read it, make my notes. But let me tell you where it's at. I do believe it is online. Just give me a second here.
And I only ask about accessibility for the public. That's all.
Right.
Yeah,
and
it will be online. They'll release it
online.
online.
And just like any other document, you don't have to print out the whole thing. You can print out the sections that are relevant or the sections that you want to talk about. But yeah, they are available for you to print out.
So here's what I'll do, public. I will get the digital access for this, and maybe we will start engaging on parts of this budget as a public, for those interested.
Do you think that there would be benefit from hosting like a weekly or even more frequently while they're working it out, session specifically devoted to analyzing and dissecting the budget?
Say that again.
Would there be benefit to hosting a weekly discussion or maybe even a more frequent discussion, kind of in this setting to talk about and work through the budget as information becomes available?
I think the short answer is we don't know. Is the public interested? Do they care enough to hear it every week? I mean, right now, a lot of people's blood is up, so everybody's ready to go pop off on it. But does the public care enough to engage on this weekly or bi-weekly or monthly?
You got to. So my question is, what do you want to know? That's my question. What do you want to know first? And then I will give you a process on how to get that information. For example.
So hold on. So as a data scientist, I hate that question. When I walk in the room and I say I want the data, and you say back to me, tell me what data you want, I hate that. I want it all.
Minute. What is the purpose of an accounting system?
If you're asking me the purpose, there's two purposes to an accounting system. Here's the problem. Usually when you have an accounting system, hold up, you ask the question. You're about to get the answer. The main lower level reason for an accounting system is to monitor, keep the cash flow going. Think of a register.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You are absolutely wrong.
So let's skip to what I want, and this is what the public wants. Because I guarantee you, I'm not. You're not going to win this one. I have
my degree in accounting. You're not going to win this one. I will defer to you on everything. I have my degree in accounting.
You don't use that degree, and I'm about to show you how we know. Whatever business it is, if there's money that's moving, The lower level is called operational, in and out. What the public wants is a strategic contextual understanding. That's what the public wants. They don't want to be drowned in paperwork. They don't want to be drowned in line items. They want a contextual understanding of how this line item affects the other one. So my point is, they want it all.
The purpose of an accounting system is to collect, store, and process financial and accounting data and produce informational reports that managers or other interested parties can use to make business decisions.
But I have
That's
zero.
the purpose. That's the purpose of an accounting
This is
system.
really getting awkward right now because you really just said the first part I said. You just didn't realize it.
I have zero
No.
interest in the entire budget as a whole. I'm interested in the specific parts that impact the things that I and other individuals in the community are fighting for.
So let's talk about that.
What does that
Billy.
mean?
Here's why that's
That sounds
wrong.
like a really great soundbite. What does it mean? Tell me what that means.
And I'll tell you why it
I'm gonna let
doesn't
Ray
really
finish
work.
while I grab something to drink.
Here's why it doesn't work. All these things are related. So anyone feeling that way, if you say, I don't care about the whole budget, I just care about the part I care about, that's like going to somebody's house and saying, I don't care about this whole house. I just care. Oh, I don't care about this whole relationship. That's a better example. That's like trying to be a marriage counselor and saying, listen, I don't care about the whole relationship. I just want to talk about this fight. Let's fix this fight and I'm good to go. You can't do it. It's all connected. So we have
My job
to some degree.
My job as an accountant is to give information to the stakeholders to be able to make decisions, right? It's not just about the money. The money is a portion of it, right? It's the relationship that the money has to all kinds of different things, return on net assets, all these different things. In reference to municipal accounting, though, what this has to do is tell you where the money's coming from, where the money's going, and then what is our priorities in doing that, because that's finite, right? And so we have to make these kinds of decisions in reference to finite resources responding to many levels. So I'm not being flippant when I say, what do you want to know? I can tell you, if you really care about the police department, I can give you a deep dive into the police department budget, tell you where we're at, why we're there, and then you as a stakeholder can make decisions about whether we made the right decisions or right choices.
So I want to revert back to what Ray was saying earlier about, so your question is, what do you want to know? And that's in the same context as government. What do you want to know? So if the public doesn't know what question to ask, they don't know. That's why we need to be able to tell them, we have these committees do this, that, and this. And with that same logic, here's the budget. This is what this is what that is. And then try to, if the terms fish out questions that way, so that we can be as specific as possible for public.
And I'll
Ray,
continue with this.
You got a whole bunch of questions up here, Ray. I don't know.
Oh, I got them. Hold on. But here's another thing too. Businesses don't hire accountants to explain some of the things you said. Maybe some exist, but there's entire job roles called business analyst, for example. So I really want to get this cleared up here. Business analysts take the information that accountants track, monitor, and control and give it a business context and understanding. You go online right now, people are not hiring accountants to give them business intelligence. They're hiring business analysts. They're hiring data scientists.
Why are you in your feelings, bro? Why are you in your feelings, bro?
I'm in my feelings because you're misleading folks here right now.
No.
Accounting is, hold on, I let you get your moment. Accounting, like I said earlier, that is in the cash register, out the cash register. Cash coming in, cash going out. No one is hiring accountants to say, hey, give me business intelligence. When the public comes to you guys, that's what they're wanting. So here's another example. The way you're talking, I come to you, you say, Ray, what do you care about? I say, I care about policemen, the police. You give me all the information on police. I then say, okay, based on this information, I see how much money you spend on the police force. I want my police to, that's a good example. I want my police to also have some police officers that deal with mental health. Okay. I don't think a police officer should always show up. The way you're talking, you can come back to me and say, no money for that.
No,
When had
absolutely.
you
That's not what I'm
could.
saying at all.
I didn't say
No.
you did. I'm saying it's possible. You could say, well, Ray, show me in the police budget what we're going to lower to make that happen. Are we raising taxes? The other
As
approach
an-
is when I say show me everything.
So
I can also see any budgetary that the city might be doing for mental health services or anything else that would not be shown under police.
It would
Makes
be a piss. It would be a piss
so
poor.
let me chime
accountant
in here.
tells you-
Let me chime in.
Hold on, Randy. Hold on. This is my area, dude. I have my degree in this. It would be a piss poor accountant who told you you can't do something, right? This is where I disagree with you, Ray. You're right in the fact that you take the information I give you to make business decisions. My job is to give you the information. An accountant shouldn't be making that decision. The accountant shouldn't be the decision maker. What I should be able to do is tell you what parameters in which you can operate. And then you, as the business owner, stakeholder, whatever, then makes that decision. But I've given you the best information for that. So in reference to your piece, I can say, here's our funding priorities, right? This is what we have to do. We have to pay salaries. We have to pay benefits. Here's what we're contractually obligated to do. This is what we're mandated to do. Within that, this is what we can do. And then you make that decision. But an accountant who tells you what to do with your money, that's a piss poor accountant. That is a business manager.
So let's
That is
keep it
financial
simple
planning.
then. I, as a member of the public, I want to know about all the money. I don't want to hear from you what part of the money you care about. All of it.
So
I want to see all the money. That makes
So,
sense?
can I chime in?
It's your
on this?
money. It's
So
your
we
money.
so your example of what monies are allocated for mental health. So, and that's why it's important. That's why it's important to be to actually come to the budget hearings, both at the committee level and on the finance level and the county board level, is because the sheriff's department does not have money allocated for mental health. However, the way it works is when an officer is called to a scene that's likely a mental health situation, we have crisis intervention individuals. And that crisis intervention individual is part of the human services budget. And so if we want to look at diverting funds from the sheriff's department or KPD, we want to talk about where are we going to move those monies to and put that into additional crisis intervention individuals.
So let's go through the questions here before I get overloaded on them here. So Mookie, if you want to come in live, PM me. I'll send you a link if you want to come on and talk live.
Can I just ask a question really quick?
Hold on. Let me try to get through the people here on the line here. Let's see here. Oh, I see. This was your question. I'm sorry. So she's answering he or she's answering the question. For me, knowing the entire budget will show me part of what it is true. Okay. So that's basically someone saying, I'd like to see the whole thing.
And don't get me wrong. You're a stakeholder. You have absolutely every right to see it all. And it's not hidden. And we have a pretty easy budget to read. I've been reading municipal budgets for 12 years, and I can't read the county budget it takes me some time to read the county budget versus my budget. I think everything you say is absolutely right. You should see it all, right? But then it's my job to make sure that you understand where pots of money come in and what I can move and can't move, so that your expectation, my job is to manage expectations. I'm not going to manage your desire, your request, but I got to manage your expectation. So
Well, hold on now. You're speaking about you. You yourself just earlier mentioned Kevin Mathewson, I think, where he was
Yeah.
putting out lies about what happened concerning money.
body
So
cameras, yeah.
the only point I'm making is, yeah, if you're a good guy, then you'll take care of us. But we have other people who are not and don't. I don't think the public should have to trust. I don't think we should have to trust.
It's not trusting, Ray. I just need to teach what. Okay, let's give an example. Let's break this down. Overall, our budget is about $75 million, give or take.
Let me
right?
borrow some.
Okay. $75 million. How much of that 75 million is movable? Well, salary and benefits take up the biggest portion of our budget, right? Salary and benefits. And so you can't move that money. So then what else do we have? So that's how I'm supposed to help you, is to understand what money can be moved versus what money can't be moved.
They're not movable. Don't companies fire people every day?
Right, they do. But then I'm contractually obligated to pay my police and fire a certain amount of money because we just signed a contract with them. So when I tell you that if job responsibilities change and things change and we don't need those departments, yes, you can do that kind of thing, but we're contractually obligated to pay police and fire a certain amount of money. We're contractually obligated to pay our transit workers, because that's the only 3 unions we have, by the way. The only 3 certified unions is transit because of the federal government, police, and fire because Governor Walker didn't put them in under public service unions. So
I think you're teaching me something here again. Let me ask to make sure I'm understanding this. Let's keep the numbers simple. You do a contract with the police department to give them $10 for the year. Are you saying that whether they have 100 officers or 20, you still have to give them the $10?
yes. Now we will budget for a maximum police force of X amount of numbers, right? So we will budget, to say, hypothetically speaking, for 300 officers. The chief cannot go and hire 350 officers. He doesn't have that budget. He doesn't have. That's the power of the purse that we have. We're going to fund your police
down
department.
to 30 officers. Does he still get all the money?
That's
Good
an interesting question. That's an interesting
Absolutely.
question.
Hold on. Is that not an accountant's question?
Ray, it's not a got you moment, okay? If it's a got you moment, I'm out of here, okay?
It's not a gotcha moment. It's about my point is the difference. Hold on. Oh, hold
You
on.
asked me a question.
Elizabeth. Hold on. Elizabeth Anthony. He's a city. Yeah.
That's an interesting question. Hold on. Is that not an accountant's question?
Who's doing that right now? I'm gonna mute one by one to figure this out.
It's not a gotcha moment, okay? If it's a gotcha,
Oh, Billy, your Facebook playing off. Okay, so yeah,
Ray, you asked me a question that it's a scenario I never thought about, to be quite honest with you. So I budget him at 300 officers. I would say that he gets that money because he gets the money as he hires the officers to get back to 300. Now, do we make a budgetary decision and say, hey, you need to be at 290 or 280? Crime is, we have information that says, hey, crime is going down, blah, blah, blah. You should be at 280. And then we take that savings of 20 officers and go somewhere else. Yeah, we could do that as a council. I would say if he goes down to 30, he gets paid for 30, but he still has the ability to hire 270.
What happens if he only hires 270? What happens to that additional fund?
Well, that was a hypothetical situation I gave you. Ray asked me, we budget for 30 or for 300. What if it goes down to 30? Does he still get the money? He would get the money as he fills out back to what he's budgeted for.
So hold
What
on.
was
So
your question, Billy?
budget for 300. He only
Mhm.
gets what he uses, correct?
Right.
He or she, whoever. So, but for you to budget it, you have to have that money sitting somewhere. If the money's not used, where does it go?
Okay, so at the end of the year, he's at 290, right? He didn't hire those 10 people for whatever reason. It goes into what we call the general fund or correction, not the general fund, correction. This is where it gets a little tricky. We don't use it. We don't go get the money until we need it. And then that through bonding, through tax collection, we don't have it in the beginning of the year. And as we do different bonding levels, that's how we fund. That's how we actually get the cash to us. That's how we get the money in. So it's possible that he wouldn't bond for all of the money he needed because he didn't do everything he could do.
Is that reconciled annually, or is there a reason it's not reconciled quarterly?
No. We do monitoring of it as to make sure that it's not out of compliance, out of whack. But that's part of the budgetary process, is to see what we said we're going to spend, what we actually spend, what's the difference, why was there a difference, what's the variance.
Then I have a question about the logistics of deciding where to pull money from. So one of the board meetings I was at, they were talking about body cams versus
Who's board?
replacing.
County board?
Yep, county board.
Okay,
So
I'm with you.
they were talking about whether or not to replace police cars, whether or not to postpone them, or whether or not to take money that would otherwise be allocated towards new vehicles and maintenance and put it towards body cams. So at the end of the day, is that a collective decision, or is that a decision that just financing and accounting makes?
I would make that decision based on the recommendation of the police chief in my section. Okay, let's suppose we get 5 years out of a car, right? Yeah. And it's actually less than that, but let's say we get 5 years out of a car, and the chief says, you know what? If we go 7 years, we'll have some expended maintenance, but we don't have to buy a car. That capital, that savings, we can go ahead and instead of buying a car every 5 years, we buy it every 7 years. Here's the cost savings for that. We can take that and put it into cameras. If the chief was to come to me and say that, show me the numbers, we would have to make a decision. Is it okay to run cars longer? Is it okay? All right, we know we're going to have to fix them more, but we don't have to buy more. So if it's $50,000 to buy a police car, but we can get it 7 years and there's a cost savings there, but we know that some of that cost savings is going to be increased maintenance, increased repairs. Is that a good alternative? And if the
Andy, were you in that meeting? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I know exactly the first one you're talking about. I think that was the first meeting you attended.
What Mr. Beth went on to say is that they've already been working on maintaining vehicles for a longer time, and what it would do is it would just back up the budget. So if we don't pay for it this year, we'd have to pay for it next year. And if we didn't pay for it that year, we'd have all of a sudden the budget would be inundated with needing to replace officer cars. So does somebody actually have a proposed idea on where to pull funds from?
So we're gonna budget for that based on I want to say bonding, and Ray can attest to what I'm about to say. My battery's gonna die in 3. Let me go get a charger. But yes, from the business, I'm using quotes, business perspective of things, in order to benefit to the taxpayer. There's a depreciation value, and you have to be able to sell that car at the most beneficial resale value, so that we can still get our money back. You still got to be responsible to the taxpayer as a whole. I don't take that away from being responsible to communities in terms of changing policy and adjusting policy, but we will be absolutely budgeting for that. That's just going to come out of a different purse. We still need to maintain those vehicles, because in the long run, if we don't maintain those vehicles, then we're going to be costing taxpayers more money.
So let's take those vehicles again. Let's say it takes we get 5 years out of a vehicle, costs us $50,000, right? And then to run that vehicle, it costs us $1,000 a year to run that vehicle. So at the end of year 5, instead of spending $50,000 on a car, we go ahead and let it go to year 6 and 7. That cost to run that vehicle will go up, right? So let's say it costs $1,000 to run a 5-year car. It might cost $3,000 to run it to 7 years, right? So now we're not spending $50,000 on year 6, but we are increasing the operational cost. Is that worth it? And then in that example, I would say, if we had a good plan to maintain those cars, it would be worth it if we can take that cost savings, because we're not buying a $50,000 car now, we're deferring to buy that $50,000 car, so we're getting a little bit more value out of that. Can we take that cost savings now because we went a little bit longer on running these cars? That, as long as we had a good plan for replacement and repair, I would feel comfortable making that decision and saying, okay, we'll run it a little bit longer. Now, can we take a 5-year car and run it 10 years? Absolutely irresponsible. We couldn't do that. We'd be doing transmissions and engines and things like that, which would cost us more than the value of the car. Could we take a 5-year asset and run it 7 years? It's possible to do that. And that's what the accounting system would give us, the stakeholders, the information to do that.
So
now you also have to take into account the fact that.
Hold on, can you just help me out here? What rough percentage of the budget goes to police?
And see, I don't have any of my budget books with me right here, but I would say just roughly, I think the police get 25% of the budget, maybe.
Okay,
but
so I saw
really rough.
around saying 30, so it's close. So
say it again.
Anywhere from a quarter to a third of the budget goes to police.
I'm safe with that. It might be a little bit more, but I'm safe with that.
Now, I kind of said that as a civilian. I really meant police and sheriff. So I know you're separate buckets of money. So Andy, how much of the county budget goes to sheriffs?
I'm going to put that percentage around the same as you're saying, a quarter to a third.
Okay. So on both sides of the house, county and municipal, law enforcement gets anywhere from a quarter to a third. Rough estimate, we can go find out whatever later. Now, I see a question here. What percentage is okay, first off, so public school system, what pot of money is that? Municipal, county, both? What is that?
No,
They're their own taxing authority.
I thought it was completely separate. Completely separate. So this is a good question. Let's talk about this.
In the
There's
city,
there's four taxing authorities.
Right.
There's the city, the county, the unified, and gateway. Those are 4 taxing authorities. They're their own taxing authority. They go take the money right out of your pocket.
So just so everyone to follow that, there 4 separate buckets, and we haven't said it, but hopefully everyone's following here. All this money comes from taxes. Well, not all of it, but you know what I mean. From taxes, maybe some from federal, whatever. But there's 4 buckets of money. Most of this night, well, all this night, we've been talking about the county bucket, and we've been talking about the municipal bucket. This question here presented by Ari, asking about what percentage for education. That is a 3rd bucket. That's what we're hearing, correct, guys?
Yeah, so I'm going to try to find my budget book, and in our budgets, every year in our budgets, we explain based on municipality who has how much purse percentage wise. I'm going to put you down real quick and see if I can grab a budget book real quick.
Okay. And if it went
I'm
by
gonna do
you,
one better
everyone,
for you.
the
I just
fourth
gave you the
bucket
doc.
was Gateway.
Yeah, and I just gave you the link to where all the budgets are. So he go gets
Okay.
his book. I just gave you the link. You see it?
I got it.
So let's take a look at adopted budget of 2020.
I'm gonna put this in here so the YouTube folks get it as well. Give me a sec here. Okay, let me go ahead and go to screen. So the link's in there, everyone, so you can go to it yourself. I'm looking at it right now. I'm scrolling down here, budget documents. So it's showing all, year by year, going back to 2008, showing the 2020 adopted budget 2020. Ooh, 444 pages of goodness.
The total expenditures is $86 million. That's our total expenditure. It's everything we spent, 86 million. And I can walk you through this and show you how to read this. I mean, Ray will be salivating, but those who aren't data geeks, there's a page in here that will break down.
What page you want me to go to?
I'm scrolling through it looking for
police. So police out of that 76 is 30 million.
Wow.
Okay, and it listed out. All right. So police patrols, that a fancy way of saying salaries? There's 18.5 million, Anthony. Is that salaries?
What page are you on? Okay, let me take a look. Yep. Okay, so looking at that, police administration is the chief and all his looking at that police administration, and then that's the breakdown for each group inside the police department. And what number you wanted me to look at?
I'm
Police
looking
patrol.
at line item 3, police patrol, 18.5 million.
That's most of the guys who are riding around the streets. Yeah.
So their salaries, correct?
That's everything. That's salary and benefits in there, and consumable supplies. That's not just salaries. I give me a minute, and I'll show you where to go.
Okay.
Just get the breakdown. Just give me
All
one
right.
second here.
Well, everyone has access to it now. Fire department totals up to 13.2. So
But
public
there's a nice
safety.
there's a nice pie graph in there that tells you. I'm looking for the pie graph.
Yeah, it must be kind of embedded in here.
Yeah, but just give me a minute. I'll get there. If I had it in paper, I could go right to it. But okay, let's go to page 3-2.
3 dash. Okay, you're not giving me an actual page.
Yeah, see right there where it says 1-4 on the bottom of this.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go to 3-2. This is incoming.
Where are we at now?
I was actually going to bed earlier tonight.
Well, you know how computers work. It just actually asks for actual numbers. So since I can't have an actual number, I'm looking for 3-2. We're almost.
Okay, go back. Go back
passed
down. Yep. Come down.
I apologize for anyone I got sick there. Okay.
Stop.
This
This is all the money. This is all the money coming in. Okay. So looking at that pie chart, we get 49% of our operating budget from taxes, right? We get 16% from the debt service on those taxes, 4% from other, when we say tax levy, that means property taxes. We get 22% of our budget from intergovernmental revenues. That means other people, other governments paying us for services. And then we got other revenues of 9%. And that's broken down above you. Okay. The next page down That's the breakdown of the money. That's how all
I'm
the
taking a
money's coming in.
snapshot. I'm gonna add. I keep a folder on my computer. It's worst graphs for communicating data.
I
So-
was thinking the same thing.
How's that a worse graph? It's a pie chart. You see what the big piece of the pie is.
No, I'll walk you through it. Let me just save this Kenosha budget
Part.
chart.
I hate Ray Roberts sometimes.
Okay, no, all jokes aside, man, here's the problem. First off, never do 3D. You're trying to communicate data here. This doesn't make it easier to see what's going on. It makes it harder. As far as pie charts, you should
How's
never.
it harder? You didn't even have that information 5 minutes ago.
It should be
You realize they write freaking books about not doing this. That's why I'm saying it.
We get awards for it. We get awards for this, okay? You passed the awards page, by the way.
Oh no, you're about to get an award from me for this chart. Trust and believe. One of the worst
I
charts.
tilt my head down to see if
You're just
you know
a hater. You're just a hater.
if I,
Here's a good example. Look at this chart. Look at this chart here. Look at 2% versus 6%. How your eye works. Does that look like a third? This is horrible.
How is it horrible? You see that the 52% of our budget is public safety. Public safety is the police and fire. How is it? It's right there. What
Yeah,
the hell more do you want?
Look at the parts and look at the other.
if you look at the
If you
2%,
covered up the numbers, it's yeah.
okay, so 2 goes into 6 3 times, but if I were to take this pie slice and put it in the 6% spot, I could at least fit 4 or 5 of them.
That's the point, my man. This is a horrible. This was basically like someone like, well, legally we got to tell them, but let's just hide information.
How
This
is
is
it
called-
hiding? It's right the fuck there. How's it hiding?
This is called chart lying, just so you know, for real. For
How
real.
is the chart lying? It says
Literally called
52% goes to public safety. The numbers are above. How the hell is
Hey,
it lying?
You know, you were
Is this
telling
some kind of new math thing that they taught you people?
yes.
Maybe that's the tech
Yeah.
thing, Ray.
After 1960, they started teaching new math. Actually, all jokes aside, you know when we started doing this? It was after the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded. That's when this stuff started happening where don't use this stuff. So not 1960, that was me being rude
You
to
know
you.
what?
1985.
You know what? You didn't even
1985 when it changed.
now that you have it, it's bad that you have it because it's the wrong thing. You know what? There's the information. 52% of our budget goes into public safety, right? 12% goes into public works. 16% goes into paying for the money. That's
Okay.
debt service, right? Because we don't borrow all $86 million right off the top. We don't borrow it. We borrow it as we need to use it. So, and because of fluctuation in markets and all that stuff, we got to pay for the cost of money. So debt service is the cost of money. That's it. So up above is all the money coming in. Right there is all the money coming out. $86 million I need to run the government.
So,
So
this
you guys
is the
asked
budget
earlier.
here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you asked earlier, and it's going to be a pie graph, but but you asked about
Fuck you, Andy. Don't give me no pie graph.
how the breakdown was of the 4 taxing entities, and I don't know if you can see that or not. I mean, probably not.
Can you give me a
So
link?
the
Can you
way-
put a link on Facebook or whatever?
I did actually send it to your Facebook, your personal one.
Okay.
And it's on page 7. And of every, so if you just take $1 that the property taxes pay for, the county is 9.4 cents of every dollar. Yeah, there you go. Scroll up to page 7. Whereas the
Oh,
KUSD,
wow.
Can you drop that link, Ray?
Yeah.
So that's a better pie graph. Is that a better one? Huh? 'Cause it's
Actually,
exploding
no,
and it's
it's
colors.
prettier.
Is that better? Is it prettier? Is it
It's still
prettier?
pie charts should not be. They should be flat, like 2D.
That's prettier. So it must be better.
You keep
That's the
asking
difference
questions,
between
listen
county
to
and
my
city.
answer.
You hurt my
Okay.
feelings with my pie chart, Ray.
Pie chart the same.
Hey, I'll make you feel better. Actually, your chart is better than this one because again, this makes it harder to compare them. But we'll deal with that later. We have the numbers.
That's just based
Let's
on
focus
property
numbers.
taxes of the city of Kenosha.
So what this saying is, well, you know what it says. I don't have to explain it to you. Hey, Ray, can we go back to the city of Kenosha where you went to budget documents?
This one?
Yeah.
No.
No, that's the police and fire.
Finance.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yep.
let's go to capital improvement plan tab.
Okay.
Let's click on that.
Do you want me to select one?
Just the first one's fine. The first one's
You
fine.
adopted 20 to 24?
Yep.
Okay.
This is the capital improvement plan. These are the big ticket items. This is the plan on how we're spending stuff, right? And what is the plan for all the city of Kenosha? This is it here. So let's
So
take
you want me to go to like is there like a table of contents showing the big ticket items or something?
yeah, but this kind of put it, let's come down to page,
Hold on. So this
Alright,
911
Yep.
dispatch, is that
Yep,
fit,
yep.
that under the police money or is this an addition?
Okay, so here it's a let's take a look at that. So let's just scroll up to the top of that page a little bit.
This one? Okay.
Yep. So the project number is AD17001. The project name is Joint Services. So this is an expenditure on behalf of the city and the county through a thing called the Joint Services, right? So the overlap, there's some things that the city does, there's some things that the county does, and then the things that we do together is administered by the Joint Services Board. This is being spent on behalf of the Joint Services. So how much, the first part of this is expenditures, right? What is it going to cost us? So the total project is going to cost us all the way over here to our far right, $400,000, right?
Yeah.
So in 2019, we approved $350,000 for costs, and that will be the last piece that we will do for the 911 dispatch. Software, we're going to spend in 2021 $400,000 in software. Okay, you with me?
Yeah.
Where is that money going to come from? Okay, the funding for it is we're going to do it in the CIP, which is this here. We're going to take it from the CIP, but we also hope to get
And what is CIP?
168,000.
Is this
Capital
this
improvement
document
plan.
itself, the whole thing?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And when you hear that, that's basically the tax money. The taxpayers are going to pay that much for it. But we're going to get some other funding sources, and we're hopefully to get $232,000 from other funding sources. So that's how that document works. And if you come down, we can talk about the airport. But this is, well, let's go to the police. Let's go to the police. Keep coming down. Let's go to the police. I don't think there's a table of contents on this
The
one, 'cause
airport
there's tabs.
here.
There's tabs on it. When you have the book, you have tabs. So I don't think there is a. Let's see something here. Let's try a search. You got a search function on your browser there? Oh, there's tabs to the left. There's tabs over all the way to the right. There's tabs.
Control F.
All right, so let's see here. Fire department, community development, police department. Oh man, you guys tilt this on the side. Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
we do.
There we go. All right, so police.
Oh, hey, I can do that too. Okay, so this starts what the police department capital improvement plan is. This is our plan for 5 years, right? And this is what we want to do. So police squad cars, at the end of 5 years, we want to spend $500,000 on police squad cars. We want to spend another 500,000. So that's the whole overall. That's the overall. Then we come into vehicles. We want to spend 500,000 on police vehicles. We've bought all the equipment, so we're not going to make any more expenditure on equipment. So the total is 185,000 of 2019, but 500,000 at the end of 2020, 2024. All of that money is going to come from the CIP. So this is our plan. Our plan is to spend $100,000 on police vehicles.
When
The
was
question
this
now becomes,
released?
say it again.
This here is dated 2020. Does that mean you guys did it in 2019?
Right.
So
Right.
you guys made this in 2019, and in 2019, you were requesting 200,000 for body cams for 2022. Why so far out?
It's a
Funding
it's a
priority.
capital improvement based on 2020 to 2024. So that was just how they decided to plan it out.
Why
So,
why
okay.
would we, why did we do it in 2019? Because
Well, no, not 19. I'm looking at how it's dated for 20 through 24. Why not 2020? Why was it put in the middle? Was there a reason behind it?
we were just seeing if, again, we made a funding priority that the legislature didn't fix the problem until just this year. So we made this, but I will guarantee you there'll be a resolution moving that into 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that Rocco is working.
But that's our plan. We were going to do body cameras. We just weren't going to do them in these immediate funding cycles. And this is our plan. And the next couple of pages are details for that. So those first two numbers tells you when the plan came into existence or what department. So you got to learn to read this. Is
What
police
page is
department, we're on page 73.
Well, the labeled 73, but if you're scrolling through it, it's 78 on a
All right, so
computer.
now let's talk about where you're at right now.
I'm on police squad cars. I kind of wanted to look at. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go down to body cams. That's okay. Let's go down to body cams. So project number PD stands for police department. That next number is when it came into the CIP or when it was assigned, right? So 2016 is when we first started talking about body cams. Here's what the plan is. Buy 175 body cameras, cold storage, all the equipment, right? Why are we doing it? We're doing it because the 21st Century Policing Task Force report says we should do it. It's going to cost us an additional $145,000 for license and fees, but that's the breakdown. This particular project is getting no outside money right now. So all of it is as it's planned for. We're not getting any outside money. The taxpayer tax levy, we're going to get it all from the tax levy. That might change if there's some grant money out there and stuff. Then that's where we're getting the money from other sources.
And Tim McGuire is working that angle right now for the state side.
So, am I understanding this? Had all this, let me be more direct. Had we not had the events that we had recently with the officer involved shooting of Jacob Blake, follow on, and the world had just moved forward, we would have got body cams in 2022.
Yes. Yes.
Now, no one knows the future. Okay. So let me say that before I keep talking. No one knows the future. But I'm sitting here right now and I'm like, I think Kenosha News put out, I think they said something like $2-3 million in damage Just think about that. And again,
Actually,
no
I got
one
a
knows
note.
the future. No one knows the future, but the cameras were yeah, it's just crazy because and I think I've kind of shared this with you guys on the side. I think that when we make these plans, and I'm saying we, all of us, elected officials, the public, when we make these plans about budgeting, I think we need to start thinking about the bigger picture. And by that, I mean, there's a cost to your city burning.
Absolutely.
So when we're looking at this, when we're looking at the budget and we're saying, hey, we can't afford that. I'm wondering if we should start being more realistic and saying, if we don't pay for certain things. So let's take another one. We haven't talked about it tonight, but let's say more training for the police officers. Let's say someone says, Ray, that's nice, but we can't afford it. I think we should start being more comfortable with the response. If it costs $200,000, if it costs $200,000 for additional training for the police, but it costs $2 million every time the city burns, how can you say we can't afford it? I'm saying find the money.
There is no way I would
Well,
vote against body cameras, but I'm going to tell you this. It wouldn't. I don't think it would have helped us.
And which is why I switched over. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that body cameras would have fixed things. That's why I switched to training. Okay. And if you don't even like the word training for people listening,
No, training I love. I love training.
Like, whatever word you like, put that word in place of what I'm trying to say here. My point is, there's some things that cost money, and I feel like I get the impression that sometimes when the public's asking for things, the response is, well, we can't afford it. But I'm thinking we might have to keep it real in the field here and start saying there's a cost if we don't. Put a number on the city burning.
What if I came, here's the thing, we talked about this once before. If I went to the city in May and say, give me $1 million to improve race relations in the city, and I go to the county and say, give me $1 million. If I did that back in June, we don't have the money. We don't have the money. But now $1 million against 5.3 million that has cost the state to deploy the National Guard, against the property damage, against the delayed investments in our community, all of a sudden $1 million from the county and $1 million from the state or from the city looks like a damn bargain. And wait a minute. I told you, I said, hey, let's increase.
I'm covered. I got alibis. Everyone knows I wasn't lighting nothing on fire. I wasn't helping nobody light nothing on fire. I'm just saying, keep it business. So,
and here's the deal. There's a way to,
I'm just saying, for the people listening, keep the department store at the mall. The price of clothes, they know that certain people steal. They work the numbers, and they basically say, hey, we're going to lose this much through theft. So they work that estimate into the cost of the clothes for the people who actually buy them. I'm saying that we as a city, we as a community might need to start thinking that way of cost of doing business.
Now, here's what I asked of you.
One of those, and the problem is,
let me finish.
That government is reactive versus proactive, and that's exactly what I agree with you completely. Is where's the cost analysis on stuff? We're not doing cost analysis as we should be. Like you said, it cost $2.5 or $2.2 or $5 million for all these repairs. But had we been proactive on certain angles, could we have slowed that number down?
So when you guys are engaging the elected officials, just know how to read this. Always refer the project number. Refer the project number. So that body cams, for example, let's get the project number back up again on body.
So everyone knows it now. PD 16001.
Right. So capital improvement plan PD 16001. That That will make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Is that right?
I see yard signs right now. We need yard signs.
Is that recognized, that project number, is it recognized at a state level?
No, this is a municipal planning document. But when you talk to the mayor and you say, Mayor, I want to talk to you about capital improvement plan PD 16001, then that'll light him up. He'll know what you're talking about. You'll all start speaking the same language. But nothing's hidden. Everything is out there. Nothing's hidden. What questions you have?
I'm gonna kind of caveat onto that.
Now this is when you read this.
This is where we need the public to absolutely get more involved in politics and know a little bit more than what the public already knows. Right now, a lot of our residents aren't aware of, and then that question comes, well, what about this? Well, absolutely, you know, we need to discuss it, but we need public to be more involved politically. And I know it's a hard case to push because, you know, just take my family. We're a dual income family. My wife works first shift, and I work second shift. There's not a whole lot of time to do stuff. If we can put aside 20 minutes on the side to look at more of the political stuff, so that we can be more involved, and absolutely, like Ray talked about earlier, how else can Anthony and I and others in our government agencies push stuff out to the community more so that they have more relevant questions than what about this? You know, well, it's a big umbrella. You know, I mean, I think getting the public more involved politically and know what's going on locally, not so much federally, because what impacts you and my family and my next door neighbor is local stuff. Federal stuff, don't worry so much about. What's going to happen is going to happen regardless of what we say. Local stuff is what's absolutely relevant because it's our tax dollars, it's our sales tax dollars, it's our gas tax dollars, our cigarette dollars, our alcohol dollars that are funding all of the programs that are occurring amongst us.
Let me try to catch up here with the people talking. So first off, people are giving YouTube big ups. You know, you've been coming on with me talking to the public, pretty open, pretty candid. In case people you haven't figured out, none of this is scripted. So the conversation goes where it goes. So I would propose to the public, not telling you what to do. I would propose you start asking all your other elected officials, why aren't they getting out and engaging live in real time, having these kinds of engagements? I would just put that out there, put that heat on them. But yeah, I agree with the people here that it is appreciated that you guys are taking this time to engage the public. I'm gonna keep going down here because I saw something interesting that people were talking about here that I want to get clarity on. I want to pull it up on the screen. Okay, I can't find it, but there was a part of the conversation here talking about the National Guard. Who pays for that? That $5 million for the National Guard? Who pays for that?
That's a question that that came to my mind after the meeting, and I don't have that answer for you right now. But I'm going to get it for you because it was somewhere around 5.3 million, I believe it was the number that the Major General put out, and I will get that answer.
Okay, so because here's what's really happening. We're kind of having a couple conversations at the same time. When the information's not put out to the public, there's people in the public who start making stuff up.
Yep, sure.
Unfortunately, people saying, I don't know, that's a rare trait. I'll go down to the local dive bar right now, and a dude who barely finished high school will be like, I'll tell you what's going to happen with the money. And he'll swear on his life he know. So if anything, it kind of stops a lot of the big talkers just going on and on about this stuff.
So,
So that's
can-
the main thing.
one of the things I just learned, okay, and I thought I knew a lot, was great. Can we go back to where that budget stuff was on the city site real quick?
Yeah.
That first tab. I mean, I know Varnell. Hello, Varnell. If that's the Varnell I know, Sweet Pea. Anyway, that first tab, I kind of. Are we getting back there?
You're still here? What's up?
No, can you go back to
here?
the where we saw the budget documents on? Yeah,
Okay.
that first tab.
Bid solicitation.
Yeah, I knew that we did this. I didn't know we did it here. So this is where, for those who are looking for city contracts and stuff and know what we're doing, here's our solicitation notices here. So this is where you go get paid. This is where you get the jobs to go get paid at. So just an FYI. I mean, I knew we did it, and I thought that was a more formal request from the finance department. I didn't know it was just put up on the website like that. So I just learned something.
Okay.
So Ray and Billy, I just sent myself an email to forward when I'm off this phone to the county executive and whomever else is relevant as to who's on the hook for that $5.3 million, and I'll get that answer for you.
Hold on. Let me see. I got a question here. So are you saying, Raymond, that if black people in the community don't speak up against people that were burning things, ? I think it continues. Then they could expect to be not taken care of, and the money given to the city to take care of the destruction shouldn't be used for items that were I'm trying to follow here. Maybe write that again, Elizabeth. I'm having trouble understanding what you're asking here. But if you rewrite it, I'll read it off. I'll put it up and I'll answer it. Go ahead. What were you saying? Andy?
I was just saying that I got my computer out in the garage, so I sent myself an email to my county email that I can forward on to the those that can answer my question as to that 5.3 million that is the cost of the National Guard. Who's on the hook for that? And I will get that answer for you.
Okay. Yeah, because that's the thing. It's like, it's a valid question that the public's asking. If you always are hearing, we don't have the money, but then like that, you can get, I don't know, how many was it? 1,000, 2,000 National Guardsmen?
It was over 2,000.
Yeah. So if you can get that, then so people want to know where'd that money come from. So basically people want to know is, if you say you have no money, where'd you find the money for the National Guard? Because I think they heard today in the county board meeting, I think they heard of some kind of number like $500,000 a day or something like that, the cost.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what's triggering people. Like, if you didn't have any money, where'd you come up to hire them? You could have gave us the money before they showed. Let's see here.
I think I understand
Oh, yeah.
what she's asking.
Yeah, if you can break that, let me put it back up. What is she asking here?
So I think she's saying that if black people in the community don't speak up against people that were responsible for the rioting and the looting, then they're not going to be taken care of. And that any money that's given to the city that's supposed to be allocated to take care of the destruction won't be used for items that were destroyed, simply because Jacob Blake was shot in the back 7 times. And I think she's under the impression that there's no evidence because there's no body cams. But the thing is, Liz, is that there is evidence because everybody in this country has seen that video. And I think what we're talking about tonight is moving forward in support of body cams. But also, I don't think Ray or Anthony or Andy or myself are saying to only speak out against the rioters and the looters, but just to participate in general. So go to the county board meetings. I saw you there tonight. Participate and see what we can find out about the fire and police commission. Read through the budget, understand what's happening in the budget so that we can ask specific individuals in the community about very specific projects and project numbers. I think what the message is tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone who's on the live feed, is that we need to work together to not necessarily speak out against the rioting and the looting, which of course, I mean, that's a given, but to
Well, I'm kind of
speak-
confused, to be honest with you. Who on this call said that?
what?
That's where I got confused here. Did anyone say that tonight, that we need you
I
to
don't-
speak out?
I
Because-
don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think so,
That's
but
why I got confused. I'm like, that's not how I talk. So
I think it's deductive reasoning.
okay. So yeah, that was pretty impressive. You were able to glean all that. That's where I was confused. So I'll say on my side, I'm saying it's a free country. You do whatever you want to do. So I think people should vote, but no, you're not going to catch me saying that if you don't vote, then you can't speak. It's a free country. Do what you want to do. As far as if you don't want to engage on the politics of it, I don't think you owe that to anybody. Do what you want to do.
Miss Webb gave us an earlier comment, and I think that enlightens more about what her later comment. That's just giving the excuse that Kenosha has been directing towards the Black community. That if you don't behave, you don't get a treat. So I think that helps illuminate a little bit more her later statement.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess I see it the opposite, me personally. When was the last time Black folk in Kenosha protested? When was the last time there was civil unrest in Kenosha?
Back in June.
What happened? But I mean, like buildings burning, everything going crazy. Did that happen in June? I don't.
No.
I mean, I'm gonna say no. If someone feels it was, send me some photos. What I'm looking at here is the community was behaving, and then the shooting occurred. So for me personally, anyone saying that the Black community needs to behave, and if they behave, they'll be treated right, that's a person who's not observing the chronology of events. That's kind of like people who say, hey, if you want the police to treat you right, then don't burn buildings. People were mistreated and then buildings burned. It wasn't buildings started burning and then cops started shooting people. So I would say, for me personally on this one, this doesn't make sense if somebody's saying that to the Black community. Doesn't make sense at all. It's reversing the order of events.
Can we talk to Mookie B's comment about using tax dollars when they can use federal dollars?
I thought that's what we were doing. Yeah, let's go ahead. I thought that's why I was asking, like, and maybe we'll go here next. So
one of the endorsements I have of this particular mayor is he knows how to make numbers dance, and he has a skill set that's going to be very vital to bringing in money in our community. If you saw in that project, we didn't have any outside funds, right? But I'm sure that by the time body cams come to us in the budget, there will be some other funding sources identified, so we don't need to pay all of it from taxpayer dollars. And that's the one thing that John Anaramian is really, really good at. He has the ability to push funding sources that are this. Okay, let's back up. The money flowing down to the cities the amount has gotten smaller and smaller, and they have, through Congress in Washington and the state assembly in Madison, they have tied our hands in how to raise money. So those things that we had before, to really invest in our communities and make things better, it gets harder and harder to do that through restrictions of the rules that Madison has put on us. Our mayor, and again, I'm telling you, this is the guy you need right now. Once he's aware of a problem, he can find the money to bring to it. And really, I got to watch Keith Bosman do these municipal financing stuff, and I got to watch Johnny Ramian. He is an artist. He really is. And so when you talk about how do we bring money in, that tax levy, we could keep raising the tax levy, but that puts the squeeze on you, the taxpayer. He's well aware of that and works on how to leverage and bring money in. So that's the pressure that we have to keep up as a community, is to make sure that, yeah, we want these investments in our community, but we want to leverage as much money from other places as possible. I know it gets pretty wonky when I talk about this, but
Go ahead. What's up?
oh, I was just going to say,
So
just to give you an example, when we were going to build the Kenosha Racine Milwaukee rail line, right, a big portion of that was going to be on hotel taxes, room hotel taxes, and rental fees from when people rented cars in our area. So we needed some taxpayer money, but a lot of it was going to be from people coming into our town, staying in our hotels in the Kenosha, Racine, and Milwaukee area. And that's how we were going to pay for that rail system. That's the kind of thing you kind of want to happen. You want other people to pay for your stuff so that you're not paying it all out of your pocket. A great example is transit, right? 80% of what we get for transit comes from the federal government. You put up 20% to run our transit system, and that's the investment that happens. We couldn't run the transit system 100% on local taxpayer dollars. You would have a very, very poor transit system. But because we get the leverage, we get to bring in the transit money from the federal government, we get all of that, and we only pay 20 cents on the dollar. Does any of that make sense?
Well, it makes
So-
sense to me, but what you're having to realize here, and I'll let you go, Andy, after this. While this may be one city, this is not a one-minded city. So you're talking about things that maybe one side of town truly is concerned with, but not everyone's concerned with. So I'm kind of watching the comments here. There's people on the comment thread, they're kind of like, those things are not for me. Having said that, I know that there's people here right now that the things we're talking about, they don't care about the things that maybe the Black community's talking about. So really, we got to kind of have an honest moment here and realize that these two sides, or maybe more, might even be more than two sides of town, they don't align. So it's really the people, because there's a lot of people who are unhappy with the mayor and the chief and the sheriff. But I've been watching the threads online. There's a lot of people that thank you for there are three groups. So there's people mad at the sheriff, the police chief, and the mayor for how they feel the Black community is being treated. That's one group. There's another group who's mad at them because they didn't get the Army National Guard out here fast enough, even though, to my research so far, no one's ever had a response that quick. The nearest response I saw was Minneapolis, I think, with 3 days. So I haven't done an exhaustive research, but so far it's proven to be the fastest response. And then you have a third group that loves them for cracking down on that neighborhood. So minimum, I'm seeing 3 types of Kenosha, and they're all 3 trying to get their way. That's kind of what I'm observing right now. This whole law and order thing that Trump did, me personally, pissed me off. But I was watching people online. They were like, thank you, Mr. President, for enforcing law and order, for supporting our cops. And then you have a third group that loves them for cracking down on that neighborhood. So So
Go take a look at Showtime's The Circus, and you'll see a lady out on the street yelling, "I love you, Mr. Trump, for saving my city."
yeah, I couldn't believe that. He said he saved Kenosha. And sure enough, you got people in Kenosha running around saying he saved Kenosha. I'm like, all right.
Not the work of these black men who said, "Let's stay off the street tonight. Let's show them the lie." Not that people activated their own social networks and things and said, "Hey, Trump saved our city." Thank God for Trump.
So I saw you wrote your name Portia. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Portia. She writes, it's not that we want our way, we want equality. So actually this morning, or maybe that was afternoon, actually Billy and we were on an interview with the Reuters reporter, and this kind of came up. And what I said to the reporter is, this is very true. Just want equality. Because basically what happened. The reporter was like, yeah, you guys want, he kind of spun it like, you guys, some people think that you make heroes out of criminals. That was kind of how he was trying to set it up. And my response was, this is not about, I'll speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for other black people. This is not about me trying to make a hero out of criminals. What I want is, if a black person commits a crime, I want them to be treated exactly like white people who commit crimes. I didn't say let black people go. Treat them the way white people get treated. That's really all I want. No matter what they're doing, I want the behavior and the reaction to be the same, black or white. So I often see that kind of spun that direction that, black. I think Candace Owens even said that. Candace Owens said, black people are the only people that prop up criminals as heroes. And I'm like, I ain't seen no statue to no criminal. I haven't seen a BET Criminal Awards. So
actually, the person who's propping up criminals, person propping up criminals is our president, as he keeps pardoning the criminals. That's Joe Aparo, Sheriff Joe.
Go ahead, Andy.
So I don't want to go too far into other topics, and I'm going to try to revert back to the topic that we changed to. But what I'm going to agree with what Anthony said earlier about when John and Ramian can make numbers dance. And part of that reason being is that John, along with Jim Cruiser, who is the county executive, were both state legislators. They understand how the state legislature works and what kind of funding options are available. And because of what, on the county side, because of Jim's expertise in that, in the finance portion, we as a county just sold bonds 2 weeks ago at 1.25% because we have a AA plus rating credit wise. And that's beneficial to the county. And that makes it so that we're able to purchase body cams at a cheaper interest rate based on bonding. Now, to bring back the conversation that was just occurring about, you're gonna have to remind me. I'm 2 glasses in. What were we just talking about?
Well, we were kind of talking about how there's different parts of town and different opinions and background. Actually, I'm gonna put this post up here.
Yeah.
I just want to connect. I just saw one. So this is something that actually I agree with this sentiment here. Like, me personally, there's enough beef. Hey, Nick, I sent you a PM, man. Whenever you're ready to get in, you just got to go ahead and click on your private message. Nick Dennis. So if you want to get in the cipher, man, you can come in here right now. She don't got to leave. Check your private message. So I agree with this sentiment here that I'll even talk about this whole Kenosha Strong thing. I actually, this is my first time talking about this publicly. I don't know what that was. I look at the people who started it and what it looked like when I went down by the lake. It looked like the carnival. You know what it looked like? It looked like white people jazz. That's what it looked like.
Vanilla Jazz.
It looked like Kenny G. It looked like Kenny G of BLM. That's what I saw. I couldn't believe it.
You ain't wrong.
And I was sitting there because and I would start. I purposely did it. I got on foot and I'd start around. I think I started around 30th Avenue, 60th or 52nd. I did this a couple days, and I would walk from there all the way down and back, and just seeing that change when you cross over. So Sonia's asking what's so funny. We're laughing at the fact, Sonia, that as serious as this is what we're talking about, how people died, how people's lives were affected, how this is showing this city's had a serious situation the entire time. It was made into a joke when you got down by the lake. It became a complete joke. So it's more like you're hearing people laughing because it's either your choices are laugh or cry. So it's just a way of coping with how people turn this into a joke. But coming back to this sentiment here, it's like I don't see. Hey Nick, no, if you on Facebook, go in your messenger there, you just click that link, I'll be able to put you in.
So let's talk about, we're only talking about downtown, right?
Well, yeah, that's the only thing you're hearing about.
Did you come to my community meeting in January? Who was at my community meeting? Who was at my community meeting in January? And all I talked about was the economic development that was happening in the 10th district. Okay. Remember, I don't do shit. Y'all don't know me, and I'm not in the neighborhoods. Remember, that's the narrative. But I passed out 400 flyers for people to show up at a meeting to talk about all the economic development that's going on in our community, in our 10th district, to include the old Sun Plaza, which is where where Old Food for Less was, which is to include the VFW, the UAW, which is to include the Walmart, the old Walmart site. There's an apartment buildings that is being developed across the street from the Shopko, or just immediately south of the Shopko. I gave you a breakdown of what the development was in the 10th district. 400 flyers I passed out, and I had about 30 people show up. That was one of my biggest community meetings I had. 400 flyers, 30 people showed up, and I had the city development come in and talk about, here's where our development is. We had a big map, and then I had the developers speak about that. So if all you hear is what's going on downtown, that's because some people aren't attuned to what's happening in other places in the community. And we are probably, the 10th district is probably the third most active investment that's happening in the city of Kenosha right now. I would say downtown and the Chrysler site is 1 and 2, but we're definitely 3, maybe as little as 4. But there's a lot of investment happening in the 10th district. And I gave you a meeting to show you about that and let you talk to the investors and the investment people let you talk to the developers and ask them questions directly. We did that in January.
Anthony, I
So
wonder.
you're right.
I wonder if maybe we need to re-critique ourselves and say we're not looking at just the 10th district. People are looking at us in a different perspective, and maybe we need to change our marketing a little bit instead of just what's going on in the 10th district, but people are also looking at us as to what kind of actions are we making and what actions are we doing to make a change. And maybe we need to change our marketing other than just dropping the 400 flyers in the district, but also maybe taking the topic and using the Facebook option of boosting a post to put it out to the community.
I don't know that marketing is the answer, but I'm wondering if a discussion can be had now that there are more cooks in the kitchen to talk about what the future looks like for downtown. Not that I want to actually talk about downtown right now because I feel like the focus needs to be on uptown, but I think that possibly if the community had a better understanding of why so many people want to talk about downtown, it might give them a little bit of leverage.
Well, I'm afraid that people are focusing on uptown, and not that we don't need to focus on uptown, but we have 28th Avenue, we have Wilson Heights that also need to be part of that discussion.
Okay, here's an honest discussion. Can you put Mookie's comment up there, Portia's comment, that last one? Because this is really, really important.
The 10th district comment.
Yep.
Okay. No, don't get mad at me for you people I skipped. I'll come back. Y'all tore down most of 10th district. I'm assuming this is talking about lowering the density with the big 4 units.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's you, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is a concern that Portia spoke to me on the street the Tuesday after the shooting. She spoke in different arenas of reference to this. This is a redevelopment plan. And this is a redevelopment plan that has been put in place by community members. Okay. And it is my job to steward that plan. When we talk about being exploited, the 10th district, those places were renting those places out for $700 to $800 a month, even though some people were only paying $200 because Section 8 was paying the other piece. Those places weren't worth the amount of money that they were being charged, and there was no investment to upgrade those places. So one of the things that the community decided to do, and this is way before Anthony Kennedy showed up, was let's buy these units up, tear them down, and then build single-family homes, affordable single-family homes, not $300,000 houses, but affordable single-family homes. And that plan was put into place a very long time ago, and we spent a lot of money populating that plan. I feel like I'm the steward of this district, not just today, but I'm the steward for those decisions that were made prior. The landlords knew what the plan was, and when they finally we harassed them enough with code violations and things like that, and when they finally had enough, they sold the units to us. We were never going to be landlords. It is our job. We're trying to redevelop that district. I tell you all the time, my job is to maintain or improve the quality of life for my constituents. So I have fought. I'm listening.
Let me throw something in here real quick.
No, Ray has a question. Hold on, Ray. Hold on, Andy. Ray has a question.
Oh, you made him look sad. So let's do this. Andy, say what you got to say. I'm gonna bring in our next guest.
I'm not sad.
We'll
I'm happy.
Go ahead, Andy.
No, he's talking about me being sad. So you look at the Wilson Heights quadplexes that were removed, and part of the reason why they were removed was because the landlords were not living up to code of the city. Now, I'll completely agree with the fact that if you're a landlord and you're a slumlord and you have a dilapidated building, we need to put every fine against you as possible so that you fix it. If you don't fix it, yes, the city's going to come across and take it somehow. Now what I think we need to adapt our policy, and Billy, you probably heard me say this earlier, and I said a few things, and it kind of probably didn't resonate to a lot of folks, is we need to teach our residents. So let me say that when you're a renter and you live in a building that has mold or holes in the floor, and when I say holes in the floor, this is an actual fact that you can see below the unit below you, that's a problem. And what happens though is folks are afraid to say anything to the health department or the city because they're going to lose their home. I understand that fact completely. And what we're not doing is providing an option for folks to be able to call the city or the county and say, hey, we have a problem with this, with my apartment, and I can see the apartment below me. And then when we go after the landlord and remove people from that apartment or that building, what are we doing with those people at that point? And I think that's part of the problem, and they call it the part of the gentrification issue is we need to be able to have a fallback as to, okay, we're removing people from an apartment because they had the cojones to say something about the problem. What are we doing to help them further though, other than removing them from their place? We need to find another place for them.
The area where Portia is absolutely right is the tenants don't have a voice and they don't have, it is all slanted towards the landlord. She's absolutely right there. And there was a point where the common council, out of the 17 of people there, I would say 8 of them were landlords or real estate professionals. So what would seem like an obvious conflict of interest, no one ever called the council out on that. I do make sure, it is my job and my charge to make sure we don't gentrify the area. Mr. Daniels is absolutely right. We got to redevelop, but we don't gentrify. And it's why some projects that have come to us, we said no, because I am adamant that the people who live in that neighborhood benefit from the improved neighborhood. I'm absolutely adamant about that. One of the modifications of the ideas was, instead of turning down the fourplexes, let's convert the fourplexes into duplexes with mandatory on-site home ownership.
Before we get too in depth in this, I want to bring another person.
Okay.
All right,
So can I make one more comment? And she's absolutely right. There needs to be a tenant union.
Now?
Yep, you're in.
Hello, everybody.
Start.
Thanks for having us. My name is Varnell Patterson. I'm with my friend Liz Webb. And I think I grew up in Kenosha. I grew up in that community. I grew up going to the CYC, being in the CGIP programs and things of that nature. I think a lot of things that's going on in Kenosha and the Black community started when we lost those programs, when we lost those people that were there to take the kids to the baseball game, to take the kids fishing, that gave the mentors a chance and opportunity to speak to us. So I say that to say this: I think what would be good for our community, the whole community, Kenosha as a whole, if we create apprenticeship programs and we offer them through the job center or whatever, so the Black people in the community could pick up a trade and learn a skill so they could be a part of rebuilding their community in Kenosha. That I believe that'll give them the tools to develop a trade. It'll give them a chance to financially take care of their family, and for Black men to have that pride to be a part of something. And I think it'll also, with the child support situation and the jail being overpopulated and overcrowded, people will be able to take care of their other obligations, and they'll be able to pay taxes as well. And I think all of that, what it would create in our community is a chance for our economy to grow. Because if we got jobs, I lived in different places where I saw that happen, where Black people had jobs and other people, you know, it was diverse. And with jobs, what we get on Friday and Saturday nights in Kenosha, we know it's a very good nightlife. It's a nice place to be. So we contribute to our economy as we help build the community. And once we have these skills, we could take them and help rebuild the state, help rebuild the infrastructure in Kenosha and Racine or Waupaca or wherever. You know, that's just my take on it. I think we should.
Well, let me ask you: do you think it's enough for us if we get jobs? Do you think that? Let me be more direct. I feel like we still need more. We want more. Yes, the jobs, of course, but I also feel like we want a seat at the table. Like we've been hearing about these tables where they're making these decisions. I feel like with the jobs, we get to pay more tax money. That's great. But we also want to be at these tables where they're deciding what to do with that money. What do you feel about that?
I think the money should be allocated into more vocational training. And I say that, let me be clear why I said that, because I heard the conversation about spending money on police vehicles. And I say, if we're going to spend $100,000 on a police vehicle, then we could implement some vocational training through the workforce development, and it'll give people in the community an opportunity to go take these courses and vocational training, whether it's carpentry or plumbing or being a journeyman, or, you know. And while the city is rebuilding, that's a way for the city to give our community a chance to rebuild our community, for us to take pride in being a part of the rebuilding of our city.
So this question is for anybody on apprenticeship. Is there anything out there? I don't know. Is there anything out there?
Not that I know.
Yeah, there is. There was a program that was running out of.
Hold on, let's do this. Let's go around the table. So, Andy, is there stuff out there that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of, yes. How extensive they are, I can't answer that question. And maybe we need to look further into what those options are. I will say that the when I say purses, there's different purses of where you're able to get money. And when we talk about apprenticeships versus police vehicles, they're different purses of money. One's capital, one's not. And we need to be able to look at them differently and be able to allocate funds towards whether it's operational versus capital. Capital is the roads and the police vehicles and whatnot, material objects versus operations. And do we need to do more? Yes, absolutely. I agree with that.
So I just want to go around. So Billy, to your knowledge, have you heard of anybody talk about it? Is there anything going on to your knowledge?
No, so the only thing that I know of is Gateway College and their technical certificates and financial aid. But another suggestion that I have would be perhaps individuals could reach out to local carpentry, construction, electrician.
Okay, one of y'all is making hella noise. We can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
Little.
Can everybody else mute themselves for a second?
Try now, Billy.
Okay, so Gateway College, they have technical certificates that don't take as long as an associate's degree, and there's always financial aid. But another option is maybe a group of individuals could reach out to specific electrical companies, construction companies, carpentry, plumbing here in town to see if they'd be willing to sponsor anything within their legal abilities, because a lot of these things require certification before you can actually work to do them. And I wonder if Habitat for Humanity would have any insight into how we could orchestrate training for the community so that we could help teach and come together to rebuild as a group effort.
So Anthony, to your knowledge, what's out there? What's available?
There are apprenticeship training programs. The Community Development Block Grant Fund has funded portions of that. As chairman of that committee for the last 10 years, we've invested $25 million into a various sets of programs. The Urban League was running a apprenticeship program under Ole. I'm going to mess up his last name, so I'm not even going to try. Tim Tompkins will speak to that he's doing that apprenticeship program now up in Racine, but it's still open for Kenosha residents. Because it's in Kenosha, Racine, we don't fund it, but there are apprenticeship programs out there, and the city is making that investment through the Community Development Block Grant. Like I said, in the last 10 years, as chairman of that committee, I've dispersed $25 million into the community.
Okay. Let me see. I think we lost Farnell. I'm trying to get them back in. So you guys
Can you send a link to Elizabeth
Yeah,
Webb?
send it now.
I think they are.
Give me a sec. You guys, so
Now, part of that, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you that we need to own our own table. That's a great comment. We need to have our own table. That is a fantastic comment. I love that comment. The question is, who's funding that table, right? That is absolutely right. You need your own table, but who's funding that table? And if I can tell a story, you know me, I love to tell stories. The Redevelopment Authority is an amazing, amazing entity in the fact that once you appoint them, they control their own. Once you appoint them and give them their budget, they don't have to come back to you to spend it, right? And so during the council wars of 2010 to 2014, give or take, they took the Redevelopment Authority and went to zero on it. They didn't like what the Redevelopment Authority was doing. So they said, and here's one of the comments, it's to help eliminate urban blight. And the alderperson of the 14th said, well, what about my district? Well, if you understand what the 14th district is, you understand that that's that south side of Kenosha, a little west of Tremper, right? And so what urban blight is there in the area around where Brewmasters used to be, right? So they were upset that this money was being spent in these black neighborhoods, and they took that down to zero. I yelled, I screamed, Kathy Marks and I yelled and screamed, tried to get people to pay attention to it, and no one paid attention to it. The mayor said at the time he would veto it, and he didn't veto it. So during a downturn in economic activity, when property prices were down, when we could have bought more property and helped out, they took our money away, and they did it because they were upset that it was being spent in certain areas. Well, we refunded the Redevelopment Authority, and at one point, I had three African American people on a 7-person board. Right? I quietly worked to get our people on there. Now, there's only one African American left. That's it. And that authority now is moving over to the Lincoln, into the Uptown neighborhood. They're no longer going to be working in the Wilson neighborhood. And there's a need there. There's definitely a need. But the point, that whole story is this. What have you done for me? Well, I got people from the neighborhood on this Redevelopment Authority who could spend their money the way they wanted to spend it. And before we could put that plan into place, things changed. Now that board is 4 people on that board are now Caucasian, 1 is minority, 1 is African American, and 1 is Hispanic. They don't have the authority, the power, but we had it for a minute, and no one knew about that. No one at all. So this is the kind of stuff. Yes, you should have your own table, but how's that table getting funded? How are you moving money to that table?
Okay.
This
so
idea
fair
that
enough.
it should be equitable.
So with that
listening.
being said, I'm gonna bring in some people here. So go ahead and introduce yourself to the people. Actually, bringing in. We have 2 folks here. Portia and Liz, please introduce yourself, and let's continue with that conversation next. So go ahead and introduce yourselves.
How y'all doing? I'm Portia. Born and raised here in Kenosha, so it's kind of cool to see this because a lot of us in the community didn't even know you guys were having this type of thing going on. So it's good because now we know we can put word out there and get more people involved. Exactly. Get more knowledge of what you guys are speaking on because we didn't know this existed.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So we're gonna get into it. I want to get the intros. We'll definitely let you get into it. And please go ahead, Liz.
And I am Liz Webb. I've been a resident in Kenosha since 1989. I'm 42. I'm a single mom, resident of Kenosha, raising my kids here. So for the past 22 years in the Kenosha School District. So that's who I am. I traveled down to DC with Billy. We went to DC and joined Frank Nitty's march, and then came back here to fix and help fix Kenosha and get it back right. You know, that mission that we were on was for the purpose of what happened to Jacob Blake here in this town, you know. So for us, it hit home. He got shot in front of my mom, in front of my son, and it hit home. So not only is the community screaming out, they're reaching out. And for you guys to have an opportunity for people to have their voices heard, that's amazing to me. Because collectively, we all need to come together and unite as a whole for this community right now. And you being on the broadcast like this, that's amazing. That's an outreach that a lot of people did not know about. And now that we know about it, we here. We ain't going nowhere. And we're gonna make sure that our voices and our community voices are heard, you know, and respected because we are the community. And we are what Kenosha is made of.
I hear you. So, here's what I want to do now. So you're my newest people in, the 2 of you. So what we just heard from the older, we're talking about basically we're still talking about the seat at the table. I believe you actually made that comment, Portia. Seat at the table. So let's get real, have some adult conversation about that.
Of course, I'm 42 years old, sir.
So let's talk about that.
All right.
So responding to what Anthony said about the fact that we need our own table, but you know, tables require money. I don't know if I agree with that, but that's his statement. What are your thoughts on that? So the community getting engaged, for example, the community knowing what's going on. What do you think about the table idea? What needs to happen?
Now, what exactly are you referring to as a table? Like as a platform to speak on? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, let's let Portia speak for herself. What did you mean, Portia, when you said that?
What I mean, I'm not talking about our own table. We can come sit at that table that's already established.
Oh,
since they already have the money for it.
Yeah, because definitely, I think that definitely is happening to occur. Because at the county meeting that we went to and attended tonight, they were ready to run and make a resolution and not even talk to or refer to the community in any kind of questions. So how are they going to make a resolution about a city in the uptown area that we live in, and we are community, the part of the community, and not have that conversation with the community? The people are working on getting this community back together. I came back from Washington, D.C. to see we had a whole new coalition of Black people, Black activists here that we need it for a very long time. So those people should be included into those conversations. People from the community should be included with those conversations. That table we need to be set at that table, because if we're going to get anything done, we need to understand the community. We need to
So-
understand what's going to be able to bring this community together as a collective with all ideas, because I think you all are brilliant. I think you all have some really wonderful ideas, but be inclusive and be transparent of what it is that you're doing, because
So-
we don't need to be in the dark.
So,
So we'll get this question here.
I agree with folks being at the table. There unfortunately is a legality to having a county board meeting and having discussion. It's like legality wise,
Exactly.
it doesn't allow us to have that open discussion. What we are able to have as individual board members, though, is to have
Exactly, and that's what we talked about too after the county board meeting too. So it's not like we don't know what the legalities are, or how to behave in public, or how to attend a meeting. We talked to the board members that we needed to talk to after the board meeting. And then we agreed that this conversation needs to be had in a more private setting, which this is a more private setting to myself right now. And this is what we're talking about, to be real, to be all the way real with each other on what needs to be done. That's what this community and this country needs right now. And people need to face the fact that it's not gonna change if we don't come together into some type of understanding, and we're gonna have our sit down. We're gonna have our chance to speak at the county board meeting on Tuesday. People from the community will be there and will be speaking. So yes.
There's a
I don't mean to
question there I
interrupt you.
can answer.
So what I would ask is that you contact myself, you contact Daniel Gashke, you contact Zach Rodriguez, Terry Rose, who are elected representatives of the community, and have that open forum and invite them to them, so that we or they can actually sit down and hear the specifics. I spoke to a gentleman tonight about we need to be able to sit down and have a whiteboard and take 1,000 issues that we have and take the most priority issues, make it be the top 100 priority issues, and see how we can chisel away and make those 100 situations based on priority better. And
So let me keep it.
Yeah, we're not gonna go through all that.
Hold on.
I don't think.
There's too many people.
I don't think at
Hold
this
on.
time we should be able to go through all that.
Hold on.
So I have, I just want to clarify that.
Hold on. What's not about to happen here is everyone started talking over each other. So we got a question here. It's about how do we get to the table? So let's keep it focused with folks, okay? Portia, I see you have a question. I'm gonna give it Portia first because I haven't heard her voice in a while. Go ahead.
So to Kimberly Johnson, this is how you're going to get to the table. This is the information that I was given today, because I asked those same exact questions, baby, at the meeting tonight. And the answer I was given was, if we want to get our people in those seats, or we want to get at that table, we got to wait until they do the re-election, which is 2021, right, Bert? 2021, 2022?
So Andy, are you agreeing with that?
But I'm not gonna disagree. I'm not gonna completely agree. Part of that answer is yes. Get to the table to make the decisions. Yes, but get to the table to have the discussion, so that whoever's in the seats now can make those changes before. We need to be able to answer now. And by having a community discussion, whether it be at a restaurant, we rent out the restaurant, or a location like the Lincoln Park Pavilion, or wherever it be, we need to have the discussions now.
But I feel like
however,
it should start.
For those to actually make the change, like you look at my skin, and
Hold on.
there's
I
a
want to
lot
get
of
to
people-
everybody,
there's a
Andy.
lot of
So
people in the decision making that make the decisions now that might not agree with you, and we need to get folks like you in those positions.
So we've heard two of them so far: the elections, and when you're saying, Andy, even sooner. Liz, go ahead. What do you say? How do we get to the table?
Yeah, that's exactly right. How we get to the table by getting people that we know that are out there for the community into those seats. Find out when the elections are. Go out there and vote. Get people like Portia, like myself, that are of our like colors, and put them in the seats. Because if we don't diversify the county that's above us, how are we going to diversify the community that we're in? You know, everybody needs to come together and start to have a better understanding of everybody's lifestyle, everybody's living choices and everything. And compassion is what the humanity is made of. And what we're lacking is compassion, is understanding, is caring about the next person, about your next neighbor. That's what it's about. And this is
Hold on. I hear you. I just want to focus so everyone can follow. So I got a second Liz web camera here. Who do we have?
Oh, that's Nick.
Oh, this is Nick Dennis, man.
Hey, Nick.
Say that again.
Nick Dennis.
Okay. Go ahead, Nick. The question is, how do we get to the table? What do you say we got to do?
People get shot out every day. Y'all say y'all got people that voted for y'all. Well, bring those people out. Make them people knock on people's doors and tell them, hey, we having a meeting down here at so-and-so, so-and-so. You got to talk to us. We got to talk to the people. If you ain't talking to us or the people, then the people don't know what you're trying to do. Because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, what have these guys that been sitting in these spots done for us already? See, we ain't asking those questions. We bypassing the shit, the fact that these people has already been in these positions, and this ain't a situation that just happened now. It's before Jacob. You know what I'm saying? It goes way beyond Jacob. We talking about.
Hold on. We lost you there, man. We lost your volume. What happened?
Oh, shit. I'm trying to figure. I lost y'all face. What you talking about? We all lost something in that time. That's all I'm saying. But I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? But see, y'all say y'all got people that voted for y'all. I don't know you. So, and I don't know people that know you. So you can't be familiar with the neighborhood. And if you ain't familiar with the neighborhood, then I ain't familiar with you, because guess where I'm from? The neighborhood. So in order for us all to talk, you got to talk to every organization that's trying to help these black people, because from the way it's looking, ain't nobody else trying to help them. The only reason that people burn down shit is because people was frustrated with the same people that we talking to right now. Because the Alderman, Mr. Alderman, you was the same guy sitting out there saying, oh, let the police do their job. And the fact that the man just got shot in the back. So I get it. Look, this ain't that, but what I'm saying is, it's something else to say besides let the police do their job. You got to figure out how to talk to your neighbor. You don't even know how to talk to your neighbors. And I don't mean to get all loud with everybody, but that's just how I talk. But at the same time, like I said, if you got voters that voted for you,
Just so you know,
then bring those people out and make them vote for other, like, knock on people's doors. I ain't seen none of y'all knocking on no doors. I ain't seen y'all put together no group of people and have those people going around knocking on people's doors.
Nick, got it. So here's the thing. You good with what you got to say. You good at what you got to say, so you don't got to apologize for what you got to say. Everybody gets to speak. Here's the thing that I'm looking at, though. I'm not even an elected politician. We got 2 elected politicians that are taking the time to speak right now.
That's great.
There's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of them that ain't here. They ain't here.
I can't wait to
hold up. We let you rap for like 16 bars there. So, so my point is this. There's people who ain't on this call who you don't know and who clearly don't give a shit about you to know
Period.
you. So here's the thing, though. They keep getting voted back in. And the reason why they keep getting, listen to what I'm saying, people who also don't know you. So the politicians who don't know you are getting voted in by people who don't know you. So if we really want to affect things, because they didn't vote themselves then.
Right.
If we really want to affect things, more of us, or I'll say to you, because you don't know me either, more you and the people you know need to outvote those people you don't know.
And so my position is this. I started an organization that gets 100 men and 100 women. And we go both ways. We get every woman in the neighborhood. Everybody can sign up. There's no leaders. There's all Indians. There's nobody that run nothing. We hold the votes. Say y'all gonna make us get together as one and move as one. And then at the same time, when we move as one, you guys who sitting in position don't have to move how we move, or you're gonna have to get out the way. We are not finna play no more games with people who's been sitting in these positions that's not working for the people and who only working for themselves. And it might not be you who I'm talking to. It might be the other people that's not on this call. But what I'm saying, but we got to start from somewhere. And I believe that if we get together as a community and start riding with each other as one, then we can get more things done. Because like I said, they protected the courthouse and turned that to a little village and let the rest get burnt down. So who finna believe that somebody like that gonna save them? And let's not act like it's just the police. It's white people, period. Because at the end of the day, I was somewhere doing minding my own business. And somebody, a white lady and a white man, I'm gonna make the story short. A white lady walked up to me and asked me for my ID. And then she said, I don't even supposed to be around there. I have been around those parts for almost 7 years. I've been in this city for 16 years. So it wasn't her place to ask me for an ID. So let's not just act like it's one type of thing and one type of thing that's going on. We got a big problem with racism. And what I think the problem with that is white people don't talk to white people about the situation that we having on the street. See, we the one that be trying to talk to the white people. And then when we look, I'm gonna tell you, I was talking
Hold on.
Okay, yeah, don't get me started, man. Come on, you say you want the truth, I'm gonna give it to you. But go ahead.
So Anthony, what have you been holding up there, Anthony, that you've been needing everybody to see? What's going on with that?
Opinion, that's not the truth, okay? Your reality is your reality, but you got to respect if your experience is your reality, then you got to respect that my experience is my reality also. You can't be telling me that your experience is the universal reality because I have a different reality. You tell me I don't do anything, Nick. I listened. I haven't said anything for 10, 12 minutes now.
Well, I muted you. So.
You misheard him, Alderman, because he also said that he's not talking about those on the call. So don't feel offended if you're on the call. He stated that he's not talking to those on the call. Okay.
So
I get that. I understand that. So here's what I'm saying.
Billy, I can't believe I'm about to say this, Billy, but I haven't heard you
passion that you just showed me.
I've been sitting here waiting patiently, like
I know, I can't believe it. I'm not used to it.
I'm trying really hard not to forget what I was gonna say.
So you just heard Nick. You just heard Nick. You just heard everyone. So what do you say on this? The table.
So I want to talk about how waiting for the next election is not our only answer right now. And this is just, again, I'm only speaking to my experience because these are things that I've learned over the last several months. When I meet with county board supervisors and I meet with aldermen and I exchange, aldermen and women, and I exchange in conversation with them, that there's a method to the madness where we can incite change now. So the only way to create change before we can get rid of people, which there is a team of individuals that are already strategically scouting for individuals to run against certain people. And the only way to make change before that can actually happen is to open dialogue and create relationships, as uncomfortable as it is, with people, so that they include you in conversation. So like Laura Belsky is supposed to reach out to me with information relating to the resolution. And in addition, Terry Rose is. And so I have every intention of, the second that I get that information, pulling a meeting together. And I'd like to also touch on, you know, prior to Jacob Blake, I had been working just kind of by myself and on occasion with other individuals from the community to mobilize, to go out on foot. That's how I met Portia. That's how I met several people. You know, I spent some time in Lincoln Park on Sunday, and what we really need is to empower and inspire and call on our cohorts and our friends and our family members to get out and show up to things like the board meetings, to participate in these discussions online, to encourage their friends and family and teach them all of the things that we've learned today on this call, all of the things that we're going to learn moving forward, because the answer to imminent change is in the sharing of knowledge and opening discussions. Because a few of you were there today at the board meeting, and you know, even though we couldn't speak, I still made damn sure that everybody in the room could hear me by writing on signs.
I have a question for Liz, Portia, and Nick. Okay, just you three. And actually, before I ask the question, Andy, had you ever seen that many people recently at a county board meeting? Let me say it more correctly. Have you ever seen that representation from that side of town to that level before?
Aside from today, yes. Because of those that Billy has been able to bring to the county board meeting 2 or 3 times in the past month and a half, 2 months. Other than
so
that,
here's my question
no.
for Portia, Liz, and Nick. And I'm gonna put up, someone actually asked it, but this, I want to hear you three. I want the people to hear what you three have to say about this. How do we make sure that you, the people, the locals, know about this stuff that's going down? The local elections, the local meetings, the boards. What are your ideas on how do we get that out to the public? I'm gonna start with Liz.
Okay, so I've come together with these guys, with Nick Dennis, Nick Dennis and Vernell Patterson. And we have come up with a new mission group as well. And we're called United Black and Brown Men and Women. And what we're reaching to do is to get in touch with people like Billy, because Billy is very resourceful and she's very good at what she does. People like Portia, because she's very vocal out there and she's been doing this whole time. And people like Andy over there, who believes that the sheriff needs to be out of there and we need more Black officers on the force. And people like Anthony Kennedy, who's out there and he supports everything behind closed doors. If he ain't doing it out in public, he's doing it still. And if you ain't seeing it, he's still making moves. You know, so you come together with people like that, and then people like myself and Nick and Vernell, and you come together. You come with the same ideas. You do it as a collective, as a unit together, and you address these people the way they need to be addressed. You go to the county board meetings. We set up transportation so people can be registered to vote, or go out and knock on people's doors and register them to vote. And then proceed to go and get funds for a transportation vehicle. We got until November. Get a transportation vehicle, get it out there, get people volunteering, get people out in the community, actually be out in the community knocking on doors and talking to people. I was out picking up garbage on 28th, and Andy came driving past in his truck. Him and his kids came back and picked up trash with me. You know?
So for the meetings and everything, if I'm hearing you, you're saying knock on people's doors that get the information out that way.
Yes, okay. Bring them to the county board meetings. When you're having a county board meeting, make it available to the public. All the aldermen should, like, not only should district number 10 be passing out flyers, district number 7, district number 54, all the districts should be out there passing out flyers to their districts, informing their community of what is out there available to them.
Fair
You
enough.
know,
Doors and
and
flyers. Nick.
sometimes
I'll leave it with Nick for
too
this.
many people in one room, it gets loud. You know, people come from different backgrounds and everything. It gets loud, but you have to be willing to listen to what people are saying too, regardless of their background, regardless of their financial status, regardless of their economic status. You know, you don't have to accept everybody into everything, but you do have to be willing to listen.
Right.
You know, so that to
Nick,
me is a big
hold on,
thing.
I want to get everybody for time.
Okay,
Nick,
go ahead. Sorry.
Nick, same question. How do we get the information out to the people?
First, you get your people, right? The people that's been already in office. You get the people that vote for you to come out. Then you talk to.
Hold on, you guys
you
are
talk
feeding
to-
back. Are you two in the same room or something? Go ahead. We couldn't hear you, Nick.
Okay, first you get the people that you know to come out and knock on doors. Then you talk to every organization that's out here that's putting something out there. Help fund them to push out, to knock on doors, right? So we can get everybody out. We can keep doing this type of thing. Keep sharing these to keep every kind of social media that people got should be flooded with things that Kenosha need to be worried about. Because see, everybody be worried about everything else instead of home. See, when people start to knock on doors, and like I said, you already got a group that's trying to form a lot of people together so we can roll as one. And then you got another group that they out here, they getting their group together to form as one. And then guess what's gonna happen? Them two groups gonna come together and form as one. And we gonna have nothing to do but control you or whoever we put in office. So what we really need to do, just like everything else, we need to knock on doors for real. Like if you say you love your community so much, well, put some money behind your community and help push out flyers. We know people that make flyers. We know people that do this and do that. Y'all can come to us for anything. So just like y'all can come to us for anything.
Nick,
we should be able to
question
come
for
to
you.
y'all.
Hold on. I'll come back to that because I wanna hear about what he has too, but I don't want to forget about Portia. Portia, same question. How do we get this information out to the people? More, better, however you want to answer it.
First, it start with us as a people. I mean, I hear everybody when they say, well, it's up to them, it's up to them. They show so far they don't care all these years, so why are we going to keep holding them up to that standard? It's time for us to get out here and say what we got to say. It's time for us to get out here and inform our people on this. If we say we want to be activists and leaders out here in these streets, it's time for us to put together community events and inform them. Just like what happened Sunday, Nick. They was on the stage, right? What did we say? Kenosha residents should be up here talking more than out-of-town residents. That's what needs to be happening. If we want them to be held accountable and we want them to hear us, it's on us to actually get out here and put this word out here. Like I said in the comments, I'm glad y'all put the budget.
My bad. Go.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all put the budget paper out here because you know what I'm gonna use that for? I'm finna literally do my homework, sit with my brothers in our organization and be like, okay, now we got to put this together now because now we know what to come at the rest of these men with, because we have been out here talking to the state reps and senators and all of that. So we know next time what to come at them with. We know next time when we get to speak at this board meeting, because we really wasn't hearing that we can't say none of that because it's like this.
Y'all also
Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead,
y'all
Nick.
also got to give Gregory Bennett his credit.
finish?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you finish, Portia. My bad, but I just wanted to say this: if y'all gonna try to do anything, y'all got to get not just get with one person. Y'all got to get with every organization that's trying to do something with the Black community. Because at the end of the day, all right, go ahead. No, this ain't for you. That was still for the question that he asked, but I just had to put that out there. That it's more.
I was
than
gonna
just
say
me.
we literally have let it be known. This isn't just about Jacob Blake no more. We didn't have nobody to be the voices for Kenosha.
No.
A lot of people scared because of their background. Oh, I'm a felon. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna sit back. We can't afford that no more. You want these changes for felons? Get your felon butt out there and speak with us. You want these changes in the community? Get out there and speak and say what you want done for your community. Like I said, I'm glad you put this link up here, Mr. Kennedy, about the budget, because guess what I'm finna do tonight? Homework. Now I know what to come back and speak on. Now I know what to
And here's what
educate
I'll
my
offer
people
you.
on and help them with and let them know where to go read this at. So when it's time to go sit in that room next Tuesday, we know what to come with. We know what to say.
And here's
You see
the
what I'm
only
saying?
thing
It's on us. It started as us as the community to get the community there. We've held these people in this.
Let's let Anthony respond to the four of you there. So what do you got, Anthony?
So here's the first thing I want to offer. I will never tell you what to say. Never. I will never tell you what to say. I can help you on who to say it to. Okay. So that's the offer I put across. Once you do your homework, ask me some hard questions. You know me, I'm not going to back down from a hard question, right? I just ask that you respect the answer I give you, but I will never tell you what to say. Okay. I might be able to help you who to speak to, who's going to be receptive to your message, and who you're falling on deaf ears. I know my 16 fellow alderpersons. I know who's going to be really hard to kick out of their district. I know who's going to be really easy to kick out of their district. I know these things because I know a little bit, and I'm more than willing to share that information. But I need you to have a little trust in the fact that I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'll help you amplify your voice. I don't tell your
What we
story.
asking is the elders to give us guidance. This generation
I think
ain't
what he's
taking no
saying is
orders
he's trying to
anyway.
give you guidance right now. I think that's what he's
You know
trying
what I mean? And that's what I like. I thank you for that. That's what I'm saying. I thank you for that, Mr. Kennedy. Because a lot of people would have never done that. But what we don't want,
even though I'm not going to tell your story, I can help you magnify and amplify your story. It's not my job to write your story, but I can definitely help you magnify it and amplify it. And that's all I'm going. That's what I continue to offer, because if you do if your vision is served the way you think it's going to be served, if Nick's vision is served the way he thinks it's supposed to be served, our community improves. And trust me, that is where I'm at. Having said that, it gets to be really hard to know who to talk to when people don't talk back to you. And I say talk back, maybe that's the wrong phrase, but if I don't get feedback, I'm going to deal with the people who are willing to work with me. It's when you said, Nick, you made the comment that everyone else should be pushing flyers and knocking on doors. They don't have to do that. They don't have to do that because they are connected to their communities in different levels than I'm connected to our community. So I'm still knock on doors.
Anthony, I'm not understanding. What do you mean when you say that? Who's they?
Okay. Some of the aldermen and that budget, and just remember the budget piece is for the city that we gave you. That wasn't for the county. That was for the city. And our meetings are on tomorrow's a council meeting, and our meetings are Mondays on Mondays. Theirs on Tuesdays, ours on first and third Mondays.
oh, so don't you? I'm gonna find them all and be at every last one.
Good. Let's take the alderman of the 17th district, Whitecaps. Okay. The alderman of Whitecaps does not have to go door to door. The Nash School gives him an opportunity to speak at every parent-teacher. I'm going to say parent-teacher night. They give him an opportunity to do that. He doesn't have to go door to door. There is a community app called. There's a community app called Nextdoor, I believe. Is that, I don't know if I have the right one.
Just roll with it.
So there's a community app that the 17th district is connected into. So they don't go door to door. There's also a trust in whatever the alderman of the 17th says. His supporters trust what he has to say, and so that he doesn't have to go out and verify that. In my district, there's people who aren't connected to what I'm saying, so I'm knocking at their door trying to bring that information to them. And I have to make that approach every time I have something there, because they're not following me in, and I say following, not like I'm leading them. They're not tracking what I'm saying because of a whole host of reasons, right? They're just not tracking what I'm saying. But I still need them to have the information, because I still brought a bunch of people here so you could sign up for Obamacare. I did that right in my district. I still brought a whole bunch of people here so you could listen to economic development. I still brought people here. I still did doors for marijuana legalization. Andy can sign off on that. I did doors for marijuana legalization. I thought it was a good idea. I still walk the neighborhoods for all these different things. But Nick, you don't see that. And so since you don't see it, you don't see that I'm not out there.
No.
Hold
Wait,
on,
Mr.
Nick.
Kennedy, to vouch for what Nick said, I'm gonna give you a prime example of the meeting
I'm
when we
listening.
went to the meeting tonight. Who's the gentleman, Billy, the one I had to let have it tonight, over Lincoln's district? Who is that? Rodriguez? That's his name?
Zach Rodriguez.
Yeah, that one. See that one, him. He told me I do care about the people. I work for the people who voted for me. I said, okay, this sounds like a very familiar conversation I had with someone before.
Who said that? Who said that?
You,
Anthony
Mr.
said that.
Kennedy, and you know what I said when
that.
you said that. So
Well,
I said,
you
you
didn't
work
like
for the
it.
people who voted for you. Please answer me this question. What have you done around that community? Have you gone out and met those people to let them know who you are? These were his words. Now, I know you have, Ms. Kennedy, but I'm telling you what his words were. I went and knocked on doors to tell the people to come out here. I said, so you went around the Lincoln neighborhood and told people to come out here. He said, yes, I did that. I called my best friend and put her on speakerphone. She don't even know who he is. So you can't lie to people and expect us not to call you out on your BS. You want us to trust you and come to you. Give us something to believe. You feel me? I've seen Mr. Kennedy at every community event we've had since Jacob's incident. Every last one. I have yet to see these other men out there.
So Billy, you tell me that you're signing off. So give me your last thought before you head out. You might want to unmute yourself. There you go. Go ahead.
My child see me tonight. So the last thing that I wanted to say before I get off is that I talked to a few members of Black about getting a meeting together where we can sit down and kind of extend an olive branch to one another, where we can talk through things. And that's something that I'd also like to extend to Liz and your new organization, because we all kind of really need to just sit down and I guess kind of come as a united force. Not that we're all going to agree on the same thing, and not that we're all going to want to pursue the same outlets or goals. But I think it would be really good to just kind of have a session to just kind of sit down with each other, get to know each other a little bit. I do know that Danielle Rasmussen said that she would offer to host that and put something together. I told her within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you,
We
Billy.
don't mind connecting with everybody. That's what we want. We want to show that yes, we have organizations, but we as a people. It ain't about this day organization, so we not gonna know. We as a people.
Yes, and so I'm definitely going to keep my eyes peeled for information from Laura, and I plan to text her in a couple of days to follow up on what she's heard as far as resolution goes. And as soon as I have any type of anything, I'll get an event hosted where people can either call in or sit down and talk about it.
I hope the guys can stay a little bit longer.
So I haven't let Varnell. We haven't heard from you in a minute. Have a good night, Billy.
I'm gonna get off, guys. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
Varnell, we ain't heard from you in a minute, man. What you got?
All right. First of all, I was like, can y'all turn y'all phone down a little bit?
I would like to thank you for allowing us to hear our voice, and also Mr. Kennedy, I thank you for what you do as well. You know, despite the differences that we may have, you know, not me personally, but speaking as a community, because I know that got to be a tough job to be in a tough situation. You know, I saw other neighborhoods that you know that you represent that look different from 28th Avenue. And I'm also familiar with things you spoke out on in the past, like when those kids were arrested for shoplifting. I knew that you were one of the
one of the main voices, one of the people that spoke out about that. So I thank you for that. So what Portia, I thank what you've been doing. I thank everybody what they've been doing, because a lot of us were actually there, you know.
Sunday's event was amazing. I was so happy to be a part of it. It was amazing. It was really,
yes, sir.
really a good event. And I think that more of those kinds of things, just allowing people to talk and get those ideas out there. There's three things I can respond to immediately that I picked up on Sunday. That kind of stuff, props, definitely props. Everyone who put Sunday together, I was just absolutely blown away. It was
Liz,
a great
I
event.
heard from you in a while, Liz. What you got?
And the block party too, by the way. Hey, the block party, Thursday night's block party when Trump came, fantastic. You guys blew it away, and you stole the narrative from Trump. You took that and absolutely great idea. I tell you, I was scared about some things. I'll just be honest, but you guys did what you were supposed to do, and I got people from Australia talking to me about that block party. It was amazing, really amazing. So I don't say these things enough, but I was blown away for Thursday's event and Sunday's event.
All right, Liz.
Okay. So, yeah, what you guys were saying is exactly what my point was. And Portia, everything that you said and you were saying at the county board meeting tonight and on video today was exactly on point. And we are here to help build each other up, and keep each other up, because this a community right now, it needs to uplifting, and it needs to everybody to unite together. And like y'all were saying, I was glad that Billy had said that about that meeting, because she had mentioned it earlier. That is a time where we can all come together collectively and have different ideas, but the same viewpoints, So I look forward to working with you guys. I look forward to seeing everybody out there doing the stuff that we're doing, Keep it up, because it's freaking great. Like, you inspired me. Like, I walked to DC, but you guys, inspired me, to keep doing it, because I almost gave up for a second, but that's just the devil at work. So we are out here to support you and support your movement, girl, like, for real. And I'm here for everything. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
One thing I learned is numbers intimidate.
Yes.
So as soon as we got done with that meeting, I instantly posted next Tuesday, Job Center, 6 p.m. I'm going to do it every single week. You see what I'm saying? Numbers intimidate, whether they speak or not. It's the fact that they see these numbers. You see what I'm saying? They see, okay, now last week we had this amount. Now it's more. What it's going to be like next week? It's going to get to the point where they probably say it ain't even open to the public anymore. We don't care. We'll stand outside the doors.
Yes.
But as long as we keep showing up, and as long as we keep showing them that we're not letting up, that we want to see change, eventually they're going to get tired. Eventually they're going to take our voices seriously. Eventually, as a people, they're going to see, okay, they're going to basically see that we're doing what they feared us doing in the first place, which was sticking together as a unit. First and foremost, being together as a Black people or brown people as a whole. That's one major fear of theirs.
Here's the question.
For us to keep showing up in numbers, they're gonna be scared.
Who I got okay, so I got 4 of you still. So I want to start with Nick, but here's the question. So a guy like Zach Rodriguez, he basically made it clear to y'all that y'all, even though you're in his area, you're not his people, because he had other people vote for him. He might not use my language, but that's basically what he did. So my question to y'all, I'm going to start with Nick. Do you show him your numbers and try to work with him, or do you use your numbers to get rid of him? Where do you stand, Nick? Do you work with him? Do you get rid of him? Hold up. We can't hear you, man. Try now. I'll come back to you, Nick. I'll come back. Oh, I think I just heard that. What you got?
He said, come back to him.
I think I heard you. Go ahead. Okay, we'll go back. Liz, what you got?
Yeah.
Liz.
Yes.
Do you Zach Rodriguez, because he's that area, Lincoln Park. Do you show him your numbers and try to hope he changes or make him change?
Well, I'm not in the Lincoln Park area, but I would get rid of him. He looked like somebody I would get rid of just by the look of him, you know. But because of the fact that he could sit there and lie to someone and tell them that that he was out there knocking on their doors and he wasn't, you know. He's been in that spot for how long? And he ain't did nothing for that area, you know? So, yes, I would get rid of him.
Varnell.
I don't know who the alderman. Oh, I met the alderman for my district actually tonight. So we're supposed to be sitting down and having a conversation.
So Rodriguez is county board supervisor. So you got both overlapping. But
let me tell them off your line because they can't hear on my line. Can y'all hear me now?
We got you, man. Go ahead. What do you
y'all
say?
Still can't hear me now?
I just said again.
Hello.
Okay. Is he coming back? Is Nick coming back?
Yeah. Can you can hear me? Did y'all hear anything that I said?
We heard everything you said.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Nick,
I'm allergic to this shit.
Nick,
Yeah.
what you got? Work with the man, get rid of him.
You know the reason he keep winning? Because we ain't even voting.
Right.
That's the only reason he win. He talking that shit. But if we really put our foot down, we can get him up out of there. He can play like he want to play these games. I told you, when we form these groups and get together, ain't nobody safe. And when you say, oh man, he gonna keep his seat. Well, the only way he gonna be able to keep his seat, because we gonna start challenging him. You know, I was talking to one of those guys outside today.
Put your hand down, Anthony. I want them to finish. I'll get to you at the end.
Look, I said, what was your plan? How did you keep your seat? How was you still sitting in the same spot? What was your offer to the people? He didn't even have a plan. He didn't even have
Let me get around everybody. I hear you. You say he go. Varnell.
Yeah, he got to. All we got to do is challenge what they say, and then they're gonna be out. Once the people recognize that you ain't doing nothing, and you just sitting up the seat taking up money, they got to do something about you. Because we can do something better. You just got comfortable with us doing the same old thing when we can do something better. Oh, we need to put you up out this seat and put somebody that's gonna really help us. Because we got to think about this thing as a community, not just a one-sided. We can't let these people do good and these people do bad.
Nick, we got it. We got it. He go. Varnell, you try to work with the guy, or does he go?
Let me see.
Varnell.
There you go.
Oh, you guys are all three in the same room. Okay, go ahead.
I believe, yeah, they're part of my group. I think if that's how he feel about his constituents, then he need to be challenged for his seat. I think anybody should be a challenge. I mean, to work with someone, it would be the logical thing to do. You know, I think we should become familiar with his record, become familiar with who he is, you know, and like someone said, do our homework on these individuals. And when you're saying things like that, that they're not your constituents when they are, and if you know whether they voted or not, I mean, you still represent them. So yeah, a guy like that definitely needs to be challenged for his seat. And say what you may. We you hear things about Mr. Kennedy, yet Mr. Kennedy was in his neighborhood when that crap was going on, and we saw what happened to that police officer. So thank God we didn't get someone, who caused that man harm or caused his, because to be out there saying that you're a public official and trying to calm the mayhem, applaud to that guy, because where was everybody else? Mr. Kennedy was out there. Mr. Kennedy, put himself in a line of danger at the same time. So we got to remember that,
All right, sir.
So yeah,
one more, Portia, and then Anthony. You got the floor. Portia, do you work with the guy? Maybe try to educate him, or do you say he got to go?
He gotta go. He didn't have too many years to sit up in there. He gotta go. I'm sorry. Some people you can try to give chances, like I said, and you heard Mr. Kennedy. We had words, but he showed himself. He proved himself. You see what I'm saying? When I first met him, I told him, look, I don't rock with you like that. You ain't for your people. You ain't for your community. But he has been there at every single thing, sitting out there with us, playing with the kids. He has been out there at every single thing. So like Nick said, we got to get the votes out. He said he worked for the people that voted for him. But like I called my best friend, did you knock on her door? You see what I'm saying? It's more doors than that little small section you might have knocked on. You see what I'm saying? So every single person in that area, which is majority black or brown, need to now next year, whenever that voting time comes, go in there and put their foot down. You got to actually now it's time to show these people you either for us or you against us. And if you against us, you got to go. Ain't no more giving chances. Ain't no more, we're going to wait to see what they know. You're either for us or you're against us. And once our community come together as a whole, it's going to be a lot of seats empty. Ain't my problem. We've given them years and years and years and years. Like I said, we tired of words of, we going to do this or we can do that. We going off action now. So you either step up or shut up. I'm just being honest. He can go.
All right. So Portia says get down and lay down. All right, Anthony, you got it. What you got?
So Zach Rodriguez needs to go. But he's a formidable opponent. This is what you have to understand. He beat Steve Bostrom. And please, this is just information. He beat Steve Bostrom, who won his alderman seat, and then he went to the county board and won his county board seat. Zach he's no slouch. He works hard. He beat Steve Bostrom, and then he beat Mike Falkowski, who was on the school board. So he beat two experienced politicians to keep that district. He needs to go, but it's not going to be easy to get rid of him. Here's why I think he needs to go. He doesn't reflect the values of that community, in my opinion. He is a very right-wing conservative Republican. He aligns himself with Aaron Decker. He was friends with Kevin Mathewson. These are not people who I think have our best interest of the community. But understand, that's the guy who won 2 elections, and he's got a Rodriguez in his name, right? It's not Aiello, it's not Ruffalo, it's not these other names. So people see Rodriguez and they think he's one of us. He's more than willing to pretend like he's one of us to get elected.
They don't even like us.
Man, I would make it my business to knock on every door on Lincoln's side.
Hold on. That's the thing. That's what you got to understand. The district's the way it's set up. You get a lot more votes over here, and you get a little bit of votes over here. Why did Shana Griffin get appointed, and Tanya McLean didn't get elected? What happened? How did that happen? Right. So here we have a black woman running against a white man. Now, Jan's my friend, full disclosure. But how did this black woman not get elected in April? right? She just ran in April. How did she not get elected? Because the area she was campaigning in, you get one vote. Areas east of, let's say west of 14th Avenue, where the old Shalom Center used to be, right? Or the old, for every one vote you get over there, you get 5 votes on the other side of Sheridan Road, right? So then you have to understand how did Tanya not beat Jan Michalski, right? Because Jan, in his part of the ward, and granted, it goes all the way over, but there's more people who vote over there.
Just say it. He got the white vote because white people vote. She lost because the black people didn't.
Didn't vote. Period.
Well, learn
It's
us
simple.
something, Mr. Kennedy. Learn
No,
us
that's it.
something.
That's
Bring
all
me
you
into a
have to do.
meeting. Bring me into a meeting, and we put up a map, and I will give you my
Give it.
opinion. You know, I
That's
will
what
tell
we
you
need.
who's easy to take out. I will tell you people who I think is disillusioned and are ready to leave. And I think that there's also some people who will be willing to hand it over if they know there's some people it's going to be hard to take out. There's some people going to be easy to take out. And there's some people who might just give it up because someone else cares. Because out of the 17, there's about 6 people who do it because they care, not because of the money. By the way, the money's only $6,000 a year, by the way. That's it.
That ain't
That's
shit.
all the money is.
Look,
So
It ain't
Kimberly
even
kind of
worth
just led us into this real nicely. So Kimberly says we need to start identifying the people in our community who want to be future politicians, prepping and supporting them, helping to make a name
that's
for them.
exactly
So
what we need
I'm
to
seeing
do.
a couple
Ask
moving
me-
parts here. Part
Ask me who I
one,
want to be alderman over here.
what's up?
Ask me who I want to be alderman over here in my district. They, I forgot the young man's name because it went right out of my head, but he lives with his mom and his brother. He's right on the corner of 43rd and 30th Avenue, or 41st and 30th Avenue. They were both in the choir. They were both in the choir at Second Baptist, and they followed Reverend Kirby over to his church. That young man, he's the one who should be the next alderman in this district. I have a succession plan over
Can
here.
I say something? Because it's funny, y'all, that she put that on there because before Berg got off the call, it was Berg and I got his card in my purse. I keep every card of anybody who come up and shake my hand because I need to get my homework on you. You shook my hand, now I got to know who you are. So, and the gentleman, he's the Kennedy. How do you say it? He's not the alderman, but he's the
County board
but he's
supervisor.
over the Uptown District.
Are you referring to a county board supervisor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he is. Yes, and he's over the Uptown area. So
Daniel
he's
Gashke.
really. What's his name?
Daniel
Gashke.
Gashke.
I think that's who it was. But very thorough man, you know. And it was nice talking to him because he, like Berg and the rest of them, were in there giving us some. Honestly, as a black woman, it kind of, I ain't gonna lie, it made me feel, excuse my language, shitty to hear these white people telling me, y'all need to get more of y'all people in here. And it's like, damn, like, we ain't know we was invited, you know? Like, we can't get in our own car with our kids in the car,
Can I
you
give
know
you a
what I
little bit
mean,
of
without a problem. So to say
Can I
that
give you a little
is,
bit
the
of
man was saying that, you know, they were looking for a new alderman or whatever. When I was like, give it to me. He was like, do you really want it? I was like, wait, no, for real? I'm like, if it comes down to it, if we in these communities that live in these communities got to actually get to prepping ourselves and doing our homework to be out here on these streets, doing what we got to do to make our communities better, then we will have to just step up and take those
the
positions.
8th district and the 10th district was specifically created for minority representation, right? And since those two districts were created, the 10th district has been represented by a minority for 30 years. Everett Butler did it for 18. I've done it for 12. What they did to the 8th district was Kathy Marks ran it for 20 years. Kathy Marks ran the 8th district for 20 years. When they changed the lines, what they did was they took a little piece of east of Lincoln Park, right, and made that the 8th city district. And then they took a big piece on the west side of 22nd Avenue and made that the part of the district. So what that did was low voter turnout over in Kathy Marx's neighborhood, right? High voter turnout on the other side of the street. So when Kevin Mathewson ran, even though he lived on the east side of 22nd Avenue, east of Lincoln Park, he went and talked to all those people on the west side of there and that's where he got the votes from. The lines are going to change again. The lines are going to change in 2022 as a result of the census. So we're going to put our sights on people, right? But we know that the lines are changed. And here's what I always tell people: you just listen to me. I'm not the alderman for life over here. I'm the alderman to the next best person comes over. I'd absolutely love if Artis Mahone would be alderman. I would quit today and raise all the money I could to make Artis Mahone alderman. Artis, she says, yeah, they don't want me down there. You know, there's people in my district who I have a lot of respect for. Angela Cunningham lives in my district, right? I would quit tomorrow for Angela Cunningham to be on council. I think Angela Cunningham brings more intelligence, more class, more than I can. But I think she's going to be something much bigger in our community than an alder person, and that will be good.
Just trying to,
Tim Mahone.
I'd
I'd love for Tim Mahone to be mayor. I'd love for Tim Mahone to be mayor. That man, Terrence Wortham, could be mayor. Kathy Marks should be mayor. Adeline Green. These are smart people who have organizational skills and who could do the job.
Well, hold on.
I'd like to see more young Black people in these seats.
Hold on, because I want to go.
That's what I want to see. More younger Black people in these seats. People in our generation, our age, in these seats. I feel like, I mean, I don't have nothing against our elders. Like, no, because Mr. Mahone, his sister, all of them, they are all great people. But to me, I feel like our age, like people of our age, should be trying to get up in there too. Because we actually went through the hard part. You see what I'm saying? And we're going through the hardest part now at our age.
You only need 20 signatures to get on the ballot for alderman. You only need 100 signatures to get on the ballot for county board supervisor. That's all you need to get on.
So if all of us went and got a paper and got 20 signatures and 100 for the other one, we already on the ballot, huh?
You turn in 40. You turn in 40. And you got to make sure you're compliant with the rules. Don't let people sign that it's not in your district and all that. But you always turn in double what you need in case people. So you only need 20, but you turn in 40. You only need 100, but you turn in 200 for the county board. And then you're on the ballot. And then you got to sell yourself so you can get there. But again, understand, like, let's take Shayna Griffin, for example. She's got it now, right? But that 7th district it's cut in two pieces: north of 52nd Street, right, and south of 52nd Street. So north of 52nd Street, let's just call it the Nedwitzky Park neighborhood, right? And let's call south of 52nd Street Columbus Park neighborhood. It's the same situation that Tanya ran into. For every 1 vote you get in Columbus Park, you get 6 in Nedwitzky Park. And they're scared. Those white people over there are scared because they thought they should have left years ago. Now all these Black and brown people are surrounding them. Their neighborhood has moved, and that's why they love Patrick Giuliani, because Patrick was their protector.
I think that's why. I think that's why right now,
to win re-election, we got to make sure all our people, and I hate saying that kind of thing, but all our people got to register to vote so that balance gets back the other way. So if you pick up 4 votes in Columbus Park, right, and you're still picking up those 5 votes in Nedwitzky, well, can you move one of those votes over to her district? And it makes it a little bit easier. That's why if she becomes the Black alderman, right, and I told you guys this before, I know it pissed you off, and I wasn't trying to, but if you become the Black alderman, you might not be the re-elected Black alderman.
And actually, let me share this with y'all. So I ran for alderman of 2nd district. That's downtown.
Okay.
I ran for alderman, and y'all know how that's set up, that area where it looks a certain way down by the water. Then you cross over Sheridan. Maybe you go down 56th, 57th Street towards 22nd, and it looks another way. So I said, I'm going to do things different because I was like, just the people downtown. It's really just the businesses. You don't even have a lot of people living down there. I was like, I'm not going to focus down there. I'm going to focus where the people live. And they laughed at me. They laughed at me. That's where I spent my effort, in the black and brown area. I got less than 15 votes. They don't even bother to cross over Sheridan. Here's what's so crazy. They were so bold with it. No one even bothers to go over there. They just stayed downtown and they got votes. So what Anthony's telling you is, for Shayna to keep that seat, to keep it, something that has not happened recently has to happen. And that's for people to get out and vote. Because otherwise, straight statistic, she's going to lose it. If anyone runs against her that's white, she's going to lose it.
It's like a job. What you did to get that job, you got to do to keep it and get that promotion. So you got to really look at this. Like, for me, that's why I said.
But remember, Shayna didn't. She got appointed to it.
Man, what you doing? He apologizes. I put him on mute. He apologizes. Please continue.
I feel like this. I feel like our leaders and activists need to get in these positions. I'm just being honest. The people are already there with us. You see what I'm saying? The people are already there with us. The people are already out there rocking with us. The people are already out there. And it ain't even just black people. We got more white people out here with us than black people.
Yeah.
I'm being honest. We need to be prepping ourselves for these positions.
Yeah.
And making sure we can help our fellow sister Shayna get them votes too. You see what I'm saying? It's not, I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy, it's not just about, oh, we're going to focus on keeping Shayna in her spot. No, we're going to focus on that, but we're also going to focus on putting more of us in those spots.
Yeah.
Oh, but
that's how you make change. That's how you get change.
Absolutely, you're right.
You can't just focus on that one. You got to focus on
I think
all
you might have misheard him. Nah, I sit with this man for planning sessions.
No, I ain't saying it in a bad way. I'm just saying how we make an even bigger change. Let's not just focus on, let's keep Shayna in her spot. We're going to focus on keeping Shayna in her spot, but we also going to put more of us in these other spots. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? We can focus, we can keep her in there, but now we want to add some more. We want other black women and black men in these spots. That's what I'm saying, to make an even bigger change.
I'll go after the 17th too. I'm totally okay with that. You know, go ahead and have it.
You might have lost the reason.
Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
I was going to say the reason you might have lost those votes is because there was no people out here trying to form groups to get together and knock on doors to get you more black votes. See, just like what happened with Gregory. Gregory should have won his seat too, but enough black people. It's the thing they call gerrymandering, where
they draw the lines. That's what they talking about. How they draw the lines up, so where we have a disadvantage.
Hey, fellas,
we have to continue to educate. We have to continue to educate our community on their district and their rights, as far as voting goes and getting them registered to vote, because a lot of people in the community don't know exactly what Mr. Kennedy and what the host is talking about, how they drew the lines, how they redrew the lines that give us a disadvantage when it comes to voting. And oh my God, this can't be happening. Like, seriously,
is it a way
right
for
now,
us to get
a
map of those
man,
lines?
please do. Sorry about that.
Or Mr. Kennedy, is like how y'all gave us the link for the budget books and all of that. Is there a way for us to be able to get a map to show us from this year on up to the next election, so we know, like, okay, look, this is where it's finna get cut off right here, but we're gonna still make sure we get on both sides of that line and keep it to where we get majority of our votes in? Like, is there a way we can actually get this visual to show the people when we explain it. Because if we just sit here and say, well, they got lines cut off, woo woo, some people learn just off hearing, some people learn off visual. That's just how it is. Is there something we can actually get to show?
We tracking. So it's funny you brought it up. We were just me and some others were just sitting down. It was me, Anthony Kennedy, Andy Berg. We were just having that conversation for breakfast of getting these maps made. Even honestly, we were just talking about first off getting them made for us, because even if you talk about this every day, it's still hard to keep up with in your head. So I think we were just talking about that. Anthony, you got the floor, but weren't we talking about that like 2 days ago?
Yep, we were. Bring me to a meeting, Portia, and I'll bring a big ass map. Okay, and you guys can have it.
Thank you.
That's my promise to you. Bring me to a meeting, and I'll bring a big ass map.
Nick and Varnell, y'all gonna come to this meeting? I feel like I want all of us on this call. I want all of us in that room together. And we all are in agreement now on how we feel about all of this right now. I feel like we all should come together and have that meeting and be able to get that knowledge from Mr. Kennedy, and then you pass that knowledge on.
Have you guys been paying attention to Dan Seaver, Kenosha Pride? Him and his group has been out there shadowing you guys, making sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dan lives in the 11th district, right? And that district was lost by a woman by 25 votes, right? If you guys convince Dan, who's an ally to your, if you can convince him to run, right? He don't have to do no more work, because he's got his whole group that would show up in his district and work for him. So
that's exactly what I was. Sorry, that's exactly what I was saying to Billy when we were having our conversation too. I was like, because of the allies that we do have, we're able to expand ourselves outside of the community, not just within the community, to our white counterparts and to our Mexican and Hispanic counterparts as well. Bringing these groups and stuff together the way that we're thinking is going to expand the voter registration is going to expand the voters that we have out there and everything to support the people that we are trying to get into the alderman seats, into these seats that's available. So once we collaborate and can collaborate something like that, talking to Dan, talking to Billy, talking to you, getting into one meeting with everybody there, then we'll be able to get to exactly where we need to be. So I'm out for meeting with everybody, because that's exactly what we're trying to do in the first place, and replacing these people that's in these seats that's been there for so long. So that is exactly what we're talking about. And I agree. I am in agreement with everything that you guys said. I'm so happy and so thankful that the conversation can get heated and people can get emotional at times, but please believe we try to always bring it back to civilization, a civilized conversation, so we can get to where we need to go. Like the point needs to be made. People are emotional. People are upset. People are hyped up. People are hyped up about this movement because it is a change. And what people are doing now and united together is especially beneficial for the Black communities here in Kenosha. So I'm here.
My final question, I want to go around the room. My final question, I'd like you to answer to the public, because the public just heard you all talk about community, talking about engagement, and they even just heard you talk about next steps. They just heard what you're going to do next. So this wasn't no pie in the sky. You're talking real talk. This is what we're doing next. We're breaking out the maps. We're deciding who we're going after, where we mobilize. Yes. So I'm gonna go around on my screen here to the public. What do you want them to do regarding your next step? Where do you want them to be? What do you want them to look out for? What's the next thing for them? Portia.
Where I want them to be is out there with us, if they can. We understand a lot of people can't, you know what I mean? But if you are able to be out there, come out there. Your voice matters on these streets and out and in the house, don't matter where, because it's like this. The more numbers we have in the streets, the more posts we have, the more tweets we have, the more of all of that is circulating over and over and over and over and over. It can't just be us individuals, you know what I mean, that's sitting here discussing it, putting the information out there. The more bodies we have, the more numbers we generate, the more information we get out there. I want the people to come out there with us. Like I said, me and my brothers, we already know we gonna rock this thing out for the long haul. If we got to start with getting these seats filled first, cool, we gonna do that, but we still gonna make sure we connect with other people and we all come together as a whole and make our communities better. But we can't do it without y'all.
So my people that are
without
watching, Portia, that this is their first time meeting you on this stream here. How do they find you?
Me, you can either find, I'm on my personal page is Mookie B. My Instagram is Black, which is BLAK, is Black's Queen. So it's BLAKS_Queen_262. Or they can follow our organization page, which you can see my shirt, which is Black Lives Activists of Kenosha. So like everything that everybody was talking about is literally one of our key focus points on here. Healthcare, education, job training, all of that. Like we want that for our community. So if y'all want to follow that, that's one of the ways you can find us. But any community thing y'all hear about, anything, we most likely out there. Even if we not all together, but we always somewhere out here talking to our people. It don't matter what it is, we out here. You see one of us, y'all walk up, ask us anything y'all want to ask us. We're not like that. Oh, watch out, we can't talk. We want y'all to talk to us. We want y'all to know we here for y'all. So we want y'all to be out here with us.
Okay, Varnell, what do you want? Varnell, people watching you, they just met you. What do you want them to be? How do you want them to get engaged? The next step, and how can they find you?
You could find me through our page, United Black Men and Women. Also, you can find me in a community whenever things are going on. I'm committed, me and my team, we're committed to, like Portia said, we in this fight. You see us out there, we might not be together, but we are working towards the common thing. In the future, you'll see us attending Black events and other events being held in the community by other Black activists. Moving forward, you know, our mission is to proudly serve our community and educate our community through socio-economical and political development. If that's, you know, teaching them about voter rights and city ordinances, so we'll take it upon ourselves. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and help other Black activists there with voter registrations, meaning we're going to hit the ground. We're going to go help get people registered to vote and do whatever Mo White and his team there is going to do. So
I just want to make it more direct,
Portia said, we're in this our life work. I always felt that I'll be part of history somehow. I never knew how that would be. I now know that we are the leaders, that we are the future leaders of our community, and you can't be ashamed. You can't be ashamed if to march, to pick up a piece of paper, to pick up some trash, to offer some time to give back. You know, we committed to serving our community. However, and that county board meeting.
Hold up, Varnell. You about to go to a whole new speech now.
Okay.
How do the people find you, my man? How do they find you? You mentioned the organization. Is it on Facebook?
They could find us through our page, UB BWM. That's on Facebook, and we'll be putting other things together in the next coming days.
All right, thank you, sir. Hey, Nick, you with us? I can't see you. Oh, there you is.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
All right, Nick. What do you want the people to do next, and how do they find you?
Well, they can find me anywhere. They can find me walking down their neighborhood block. See, the thing about me is, when I get up in the morning, because I get up really early, we need to start speaking to each other when we go outside. See, the only way you get people together is you bring back something they ain't seen before. You ride down the street, you see somebody outside, they can be talking to somebody else. What you should do next is say, "Hey, how you doing?" Just to get them involved and into speaking to each other again. And then once you do that, you get everybody to sign up for a meeting. You get each and every person, if you have to knock on the door, "Hey, look, we ain't gonna bother you until we have this meeting." You get every number that you can get until we get up to 50 women and 50 men or more. We can have 30. Our goal is to get 100 men and 100 women. If we can get 100 men and 100 women to work together, we can hold a vote. We can knock on we can go to each and every neighborhood as a whole and knock on doors to make sure people register to vote. Yeah, we're going to be in other cities and other towns helping other people, but we first got to worry about here. So if we get a list and tell people to put them in stores, put them everywhere else, hey, if you want to be involved in this United Black Men and Women or any other group, then write your name down. Hey, come sign up, be with us, be one. There is no leaders, right? We all got to be Indians. We all got to come to the table with bright ideas. We all got to come to the table and work together. If I see black them throwing something, yeah, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to help my people, whoever I got out in the street. We finna come over here. We finna bring more people to the party. We finna do more giveaways. But when you see other people doing the same shit, you got to come to their neighborhood. You got to bring your people to their neighborhood, because what we want to do is get everybody together so we can talk to everybody at the same time. And then once
so let me say this. Let me, and this is really for everybody listening tonight. Off what Nick's talking about, this I need you to understand. He said 100 men and 100 women. I really need everyone to hear this. Yes, Sunday, sir. I was out there Sunday at the event with the families. I went up to the voting booth table and I asked them, "How many people have you got to sign up to vote?" I asked them, "How many people have you got to sign up to vote?" And they said to me, 50, about 50. I said, no, not today. Since you've been here, since May. They said, yeah, 50.
You see what I'm saying?
So,
and it's crazy because we gave the announcement. They signed the petition. The petition got signed more than they went and registered to vote.
No,
I'm happy about the petition.
And I'm only sharing. This ain't about coming at you guys. I just need the public to know. Since May, they've been out there trying to collect this. They got 50. All these people that we're talking about who don't respect you, all these people who don't bother coming to your side of town, 50 votes since May don't scare nobody.
Period.
That don't scare nobody who don't care about you. 100 men and 100 women, that's scary.
That's scary. That's scary.
You know what we're going to have to do, Nick and Liz and Varnell? Any event we be at, or if we throw it or we go support, we just going to have to start like they had them little handheld tablets. You going to sign a petition, you can go ahead and register to vote with me in 5 minutes real quick. Stop being it's like they scared or they don't know what they can and can't do. And this, we just going to have to start doing it. We can tell them all we want to go. If we give them the choice to go to that table, they're going to take the choice not to go to that table. But if we show them right then and there, no, I'm right here, baby. What's up? You want to do this now? Let's get it done. You can't give them the opportunity to walk away if you want them to actually hear you and believe in you and give them a reason like, listen, your vote matters. Let's get it done right now and knock it out the way.
So Nick, your final thought, and then let's go to Liz. Hold on, we can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. Damn, I forget where I was at. I was talking to y'all.
Just your final thought. I asked you, how do people find you? I know you saying you be around, but for real,
Nick Dennis,
how do people get at you?
Nick Dennis, 83 Memphis 10 is my Instagram, but most likely you can find me on Facebook. Come hit me, Nick Dennis. You can catch me, inbox me, however. And after we do that part, you might see me in your neck of the woods because we might be somewhere around if you in Kenosha. But like I said, my final thoughts is if we work together as one, that meaning the people that's watching, the people that's, because like I said, man, the people, they don't care. Every day I do a live, I'm trying to tell y'all, these people, I'm gonna tell you a perfect example. This man got loud in the meeting. Now, the white guy said, hey, adjourn. And then everybody got up and walked away. That's the same thing that's been going on in neighborhoods for years and years and years. It's always been somebody get loud and somebody can't take it, so everybody walk away. No, what was wrong with that man expressing? I know it wasn't the time, but what was wrong with him getting off his chest? Because we could have got him quiet in a minute. Hey, bro, hold up, calm down, let them get through. And we could have got through with this thing, but instead, they, adjourn, we don't want to hear that. We're going to get up and walk away. And then you know what I told that man? I said, you know what you finna do? You finna go right to your car, go home, drink a beer, and you ain't gonna even worry about what went on in this place. You know what I'm saying? So he could have easily sat there and let everybody get their anger, frustration off, because this is a time of anger and frustration. Because at the end of the day, the law enforcement only protected the law, only protected
Hold
the
up,
court.
hold up, Nick. You about to go give another speech.
Yeah, okay.
This is all I'll say to that. You right. You right. We all know you right, but we got to keep it real. You got to step on the other side and just say, why should they care? And that's really what they're doing to us right now. They're basically saying, yeah, there's all these things I could do, but why would I? Why would I sit there and listen?
You got to give them a reason.
You got exactly. Got to give them a reason to listen to you. Like y'all got 100 men and 100 women that about
run, baby.
That's
Hey,
give them a
we
reason.
gonna set out this challenge right now. Liz, it's up to me and you. Get 50 women apiece.
Yeah.
Nick and Varnell, y'all get y'all 50 men apiece. I'm gonna take this to the tennis. We gonna get however many people. If we can get more than 200, we gonna go in that building. We gonna go everywhere. It don't matter. Every
don't
week.
matter.
We
We here.
gonna keep adding them on.
So Liz, you up? What do you want the people to next steps, and how do they find you?
Okay, and you can find me on our website. We're still developing our page and everything, but it's UNBW. So, and then you can find me on Facebook as Elizabeth Webb. I don't know my Instagram page. I'm on there, but I'm back and forth, and Twitter. I have some cards made up, and I'll be passing them out within the next week or so. And our next step is we want to do a 7-mile march. A mile for every bullet that was shot into Jacob Blake's back, you know, and we want to come together with our different organizations here in town, Black, with Portia, you guys. We want you guys to come.
Baby.
I got allies from Pittsburgh, from Ohio, from Milwaukee, you know, from the traveling that I just done. And we have allies that will come. I'm going to reach out to Isaac Wallner. He's an awesome man out there. He has a great team, and work with them in this bringing the community together. So
just got
so
recently.
as we are building our experience and our knowledge on the chairs and the seats, we're also going to be still doing and hosting events as well, and bringing our community together to get our backing for our voters, for us, and for the next president, because it won't be Bush or but his name Trump.
You took me back.
motherfuckers
I'm
the
like,
same.
I
Sorry.
know I drink. What year is this? All right.
But you know what I'm saying.
Liz?
So, but that's our next step, and we're going strong. Like, don't look down on the people that's in the community, because they already don't got enough hope. Keep helping us, or believe in us. Believe that we're here for the right reasons, and we're here for y'all. The people that's watching, we're here for y'all. We're here to get y'all voices out there, because we're part of your voice, you know, and you're part of ours. We are not from. Yeah,
Man,
yeah,
yes.
exactly. So
We really want.
we're not gonna give up on y'all. We ain't gave up on y'all this far. We still here in the same town, doing the same thing, but it's gonna be different now. It's a change. A change is here. So that's what we all need to really recognize and really understand. It don't matter if they don't want us in those seats. We're gonna take them seats anyway. It don't matter if they don't want, they don't care about your vote.
Hold up.
We do.
You know what? All four of y'all need to run for office because y'all about these speeches. You about these speeches. I'll give you one thing. I bring a lot of people on. A lot of people think. Here's what happens. A lot of people think they want the mic. Like people will be seeing me doing this. They'd be like, I don't even know that fool, man. Put me on. I'm like, bet. Here's the link. And they get up on this thing and they'd be like,
oh, you had to put us on because I was like,
so
you not finna go to sleep until we talk to you.
I'll give you this. You all handled the mic very well because that's normally what happens. Normally people be like, man, I'll talk, I'll handle this. And I say, fine. I send them a link and they forget all that emotion that they had when they was calling me out in the sideline and everything because people be coming at me in the comment threads. I never take it personal. Hey,
that's the thing, Raymond. This the thing about us and these organizations out here. We live this. You see what I'm saying? This is our job. 24/7 every day. This is what we live. We out here, so we will never not speak on what we feel the people need to hear. We care about the people.
I'm not going to speak for the listeners. I'll speak for myself. I think you showed that the four of you tonight. You showed the people that you're not just talking about it. You're being about it. You communicated yourselves. You wasn't rumbling or bumbling. And actually, let me take that back. We forgot about Miss Billy Violet. You guys showed people tonight what the community is. So I just want to thank you all. I hope some of y'all consider coming back and chatting with us again.
Definitely.
Cool. But I just want to say this last thing. If you ride with the community, right, and the community outcry is for the police to be in jail, then if you represent the community, then you should be yelling the same thing that the community is yelling, right? So that means most of these people who in these positions should be yelling what their neighbors yelling because it's a whole black community that's yelling for this officer to be locked up. But at the same time, you get to thinking, you like, okay, one person, the guy who shot the police, who say the police shot him first, he's in jail. The guy who we seen outside shoot these kids up, he's in jail. But the police officer who caused the whole shit is walking free, still eating steak, macaroni, doing what he want to do. And it's a guy in the hospital that can't even.
Still got his gun and badge and getting paid.
Since you want to bring it up, let's keep making it real. Zach Rodriguez, he already told you why. He ain't listening to the people. He is listening. Let me take it back. He told you to your faces. I'm listening to the people who vote. That's why Zach Rodriguez, he on that Trump talk. I don't know if y'all follow him. He be on that Trump talk. He be repeating all that talk Trump be talking. So Zach Rodriguez is repeating what his people are repeating. You gotta be the bigger body of people.
I can agree with you on that, Ray. Like I have seen a lot of the meetings, him on the press conferences, the whole them getting Governor Evers recalled and all that. I have seen a lot of this, man, and that's why today, Liz, you noticed I was inching my way, like I couldn't wait. I've been waiting to get to him. It's like, bro, come on now. You a minority just like us. Don't let this seat get to your head and make you forget where you really came from and who you really are.
I know how I get. Let me get them Tuesday, man. Y'all know how I get. Let me get them.
You better get them because we coming out strong. They think they saw a lot of black faces today.
It was good talking to y'all.
Good talking to y'all. It's always good to have some people to, get that energy off with and have that same vibe you got. It's just about the people who out here watching that's gonna sit in the house when we say, hey, come out and do this, get your voice heard, let's get out, let's move around, let's do this. It's those people that's not gonna move. We need you to move. We need you to walk when we walk. When we move that right leg, you should be moving that right leg if we want to get things done. We can't have nobody sitting in the background trying to debate on social media about what we need to do when we actually out here on the ground.
Y'all can also find me at VernLP at yahoo.com.
Damn, you
speaking
just
of
came
that,
out of nowhere with that, my man.
yeah. I you know,
I
I think I disinformed them on where to meet me. But
no,
yeah,
you good, man.
Portia, we gonna be out there, and if that guy, that alderman or that board member, will be to see him first. If he don't think we serious, then
Bro,
yes,
from what they told me, we gotta be there on Tuesday, 6 p.m., same location.
Yeah, my
So
last comments for the
you
night
gonna see him. He
is,
gonna be the one, right? You know how they got the teacher school pet sitting right there at the front of the classroom. That's him right there.
And then he tried to play like he on the people's side from the beginning,
Boy,
but then he turned around and he ain't.
But I pulled that card when I called the resident of the Lincoln District. Excuse me, has this man ever been to your door? She's like, I don't even know what he looked like.
yeah.
How you working? How you work for me, but I don't even know who you are and what you look like.
So I say this. I thank you all for coming on. I'm gonna close it out here. Did I lose Kennedy? I kind of want to hear from Kennedy before I close.
He left.
I'm gonna close it out here, but to the people listening, you're now seeing your younger generation of community leaders. You're seeing the people that you run into when you walk down the street. You're seeing the people around. So I say it's kind of on you now. They're stepping up, they're talking, they're organizing, they're putting things together, but they need you.
We need you.
They need you.
We need you. We need you bad, man. We need you bad. Hey.
Yeah, we need y'all.
Just because y'all see us out here don't mean we don't need y'all. Just because we have our organizations don't mean we don't need the people. You know what I'm saying? We out here to just speak up for the people who can't speak up and who are afraid to, but those who ain't afraid to and those who actually can, bro, we need y'all out here with us. We can't show up and show out if it's just us.
Just one voice.
See what I'm saying?
From
that one new every time. Add on. Like I said, numbers scare them. I learned that numbers scare them white people. It really do.
It scares people, period.
Scares people, period. I was gonna say.
But in this time and age, they the ones scared most.
When you empower and a new crew come up and they got more numbers, that's what it's about. So y'all hitting the right, you're saying the right things, you're telling the people what they need to know. At the end of the day, if you want a Zach Rodriguez to listen to you, you either control him through votes or you get rid of him through votes. Those are really the only two options. Because a politician in office, you know what they like? They like what you like. If you got the votes, they like what you like. How, you know, if you got the votes, a cat will go from talking that Trump talk to going right on the opposite side. And actually, let me share something with y'all since we're talking about this. Our sheriff, Beth, he ran as a Democrat and lost. I'm sorry. No, I got it. I think I got it backwards. He ran as a Republican. No, that's right. I did get it right. He ran as a Democrat and lost. Ran again as a Republican. So when I tell you they're gonna be whatever they need to be to win, he is a demonstration of that. That's right. That's right. He was originally a Democrat, couldn't win. He said, I'm just going to turn around in a circle, came back. Now I'm Republican. Talking that talk that he talked. So they're going to like whatever you like. It's not an option. Control the votes. And not just control the votes. Once you got the votes, what you were saying, how you said after this call, you about to break open your homework. Know how that money move. So that's what I want to do for the people here. Control the votes, know who you want to keep, who you want to get rid. Know about things like what do we learn tonight? Police and Fire Commission. Know about where that control is. Know where that control is, that authority. Know where that money is, where that money's going. You start getting onto this. I tell people this very often. You know, society, you know, Trump's talking all this talk. People act like the thing that they're most scared of is a black man on the streets with a gun and his pants hanging down. It's not true. It's not true. The number one black person they're scared of is one that know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they start hating you. That's when they start hating you. When you know what's going on with the money, when you know what's inside these books or these, you saw that capital improvement plan, that was 450 pages. They hoping that our people see that and go, I'm not even opening that. That's what they hoping for. So put them to the test.
Yeah.
Crack them open and get some people on these votes.
Man, watch this. This finna be something so crazy that people ain't never seen before. Watch how I work, man. I've been talking to every day I wake up. I ride around through everybody neighborhood just to speak to them. So when I go to, and then when I talk to them, they willing to talk to me. So if I can get them just to put their name and the number down and tell them I ain't gonna bother you until we got the number we need, and then I'm gonna call you to a meeting over at this spot. They can hold 250 people, and just we gonna walk around, we're gonna shake hands, we're gonna let our kids talk to each other, we're gonna have food in the corner so people can eat, we're gonna introduce ourselves on the mic. But our second meeting, we're gonna talk about how it's gonna be crunch time for some of these people that's in these positions that ain't never did nothing for us and still think it's sweet. You see what he said? Hey man, they'll never lose their seat. They just loved. We gonna change that. Once we get these numbers up to par, we gonna change a lot of things that's going on in Kenosha. And once we stick together as a whole, moving as one in one voice, we really gonna change everything in Kenosha.
All right. I hope the people hearing what I'm hearing. I like it. Again, thank you all for coming out tonight. Man, we wrapped for real, huh? We almost we almost
Thank you.
5 hours. Thanks for talking tonight, and hope I see you
Bye,
guys sooner rather than later.
UMBW.